Okay, good morning, Council. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we got enough here. So we'll now reconvene Council to deal with the unfinished business on the 2020 capital and operating budget. We acknowledge that we're in the unceded territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working together with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. Also want to thank our great staff here who work every day to make this a fantastic place to live, work, and play. Can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Fry, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Kirby-Yung. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. Just a reminder that at noon today we will have a brief special council meeting to approve a motion to go in camera, for which you all should have received the agenda. For now, we'll move to our only item today, which is the capital budget. And I'll just provide a brief summary of Council's actions to date in relation to 2020 capital operating budget. At a special council meeting December 3rd, Council received a presentation, heard from speakers, and asked questions. At the Council meeting December 10th, Council received a presentation and asked staff questions. Council then referred the considerations contained in the staff report to staff for staff to report back with additional information. At the Standing Committee of the City Finance Services on December 11th, staff presented the additional information on alternative budget scenarios, and there is currently no motion on the floor of Council in relation to the operating budget. So, Council, is there any questions to staff? I have Councillor Dominato on the queue.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to find out if we would be doing a round of questions this morning, first of all.
We can do. Just let me check here. So where we are now, Councillor Dominato, is that you have the floor. You can use that to ask questions to staff or whatever you like to do. All right.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm prepared to move the operating budget
Okay.
and to move that with an amendment.
Okie doke.
I'll send that in now. No, you think it's moved? Sorry, can you clarify it had not been moved last?
Not moved.
Okay, so I'm prepared to move the operating budget with an amendment.
Move now.
We have to move it to refer it.
No, we just referred to this debate. No, we're all good. It's not been moved.
Okay, so
Motion to refer had been
submitted an amendment for Council's consideration.
Okay.
I'll briefly speak to the proposal on the floor.
Before you do, Council, I'll be moving us to another queue if this is a second. I guess we don't need to second it. I'm going to move us to a different queue anyway. I'm going to move us to the amendment queue. So if you'd like to speak to this, you can sign up now. Yep, please. Oh, sorry about that.
Bringing this forward, and it is, thank you for staff for bringing forward the scenarios last week around, which ultimately ended up at 5%, 6%, and 7% scenarios. And within those scenarios, we noted that there had been identified savings of some discretionary spending, some offsets. But what we would like to see is a further review of the fixed costs. Specifically, are there cost-saving measures within those fixed costs, including options for reducing department budgets 5% from 2019 baseline levels, with a report back in Q1 2020, including a revised operating and capital budget for council approval, and that if this was supported, that there would be a provisional operating budget as well as approval for urgent capital infrastructure to go ahead. And this stems from the feedback we've had over the last number of weeks. I think that while we are also considering new proposals in the budget, we think that there's a need to go back and look at our fixed costs and look at opportunities for savings and efficiencies there. And so I'm bringing this forward as a collective, and I'll leave it to some of my colleagues to speak further to it.
Okay. right, thanks very much. Is it seconded? Seconded by Councillor Hardwick. Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Sure, thanks. I'll be speaking against this. We've seen, as we've been wrestling over the last weeks with what we might be able to pull out to get this budget increase down, we've seen very clearly that budget cuts have impacts for our staff, but also for the services that people need and rely on and have been asking us for. I think it's important that we pass a budget this week, this month, before the end of the year, rather than continuing to push that off. And I don't think an approach of slicing a bit out of everywhere is the responsible way to go about making those decisions. A 5% reduction on 2019 levels will have significant impacts on our staff and, as I said, on the services that people need. And I don't feel like it would be responsible governance to go forward with this.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be speaking in support of this amendment, and for a number of reasons that I'd like to share. I actually haven't slept very well the last week during the budget process, and particularly not last night, because it's been keeping me up in terms of how this process has unfolded. And I really go back to the residents and what it is that they've asked for. And I think that the spirit of this amendment really tries to retain those core services that impact the members of the public very clearly, that are also core services that are part of the mandate of the City of Vancouver, such as police and fire and libraries and the park board with community centres and rec centres, and the ability to go and utilize a lot of those facilities when people are increasingly hit by higher costs of living. But what I don't feel that we have sufficient time has been taken for in the budget process is an internal review of how we can really prioritize what it is that we're doing. When I hear from certain departments like Arts, Culture and Community Services that are clearly struggling as their mandate continues to expand and to grow, I don't feel that we've, as a council, who have been adding a lot to the plate of staff and adding a lot of priorities, have really taken the time to sit back and give direction as to what it's okay to pause doing, to maybe do differently, or where there may be some efficiency. So this is really about giving staff an ability to focus in on what's most important in terms of services to the residents of the city and enabling them to do a few things really well that will have a lot of impact. I do note that in the Vancouver Charter, we don't have to approve a budget until the end of the first quarter. There are provisions in here to ensure that business as usual can continue and can carry on, both for operating and for capital. And I think that's really critical. But the one thing that I didn't see when I see proposed budget scenarios, and we have a department like the library that has held very steady over a number of years, that comes forward and asks for Sunday library openings just in 4 branches, just 4, in really core need neighborhoods. And we are still asking to add staff at the same time, add staff, not cut, add, in sort of support services and in internal divisions. I have to question if we're putting the right focus and the right balance on priorities. So for that reason, I will be supporting this amendment. And I think it's really time to look at making sure that we are the best stewards of the taxpayers' dollars and we're putting them in the right place where they can be the most effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we move to Councillor Hardwick, just a reminder that this is this has been moved as the motion, so it's not an amendment. Just so you know what you're reading here. So this is the operating budget as it's outlined from the various letters and the recommendation from staff, as well as this is added as a extra text, but it's not an amendment. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. Good morning. You'll have to forgive my voice. I'm struggling with the cold that a lot of people have right now. I've not slept well at all during this process, and I'm here to support this motion as amended by Councillor Dominato. I'm extremely concerned about this budget and about the state of the city. We have seen under the last decade of the prior council the budget balloon and now on steroids. It's incredible to me that we are even considering the budget as presented by staff and with the suggested reductions at the lower levels that were presented to us before. It seemed to me that the choices of things that were singled out for omission in the amendments were chosen to evoke emotion from people, like the culture shift subjects and the library, for example, when we really need to get to the heart of what is going on. The city is responsible for providing core services to its residents: roads, sewers, schools, parks, police, and fire. And what we've seen over the last decade, and has been amplified over this term, is movement into areas that are being characterized as non-traditional services. Well, the people that fund this city, the property taxpayers, the people that pay the user fees, the people that are trying to survive, the people that can't walk out their front doors without being nickeled and dimed for more money out of this city, is just incredible. And I would not be able to sleep at night passing the budget or even the recommendations that were presented by staff. I am so disappointed, and I'm allowed to say that, in this process. I, as someone that has built and managed millions of dollars of budgets and complex systems, have been unable to get sufficient detailed information that I've requested to be able to make a proper determination on this budget. So I'm sorry, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather today, but I have to express my displeasure at this situation and my unfortunate support for this amended motion, or the motion as presented by Councillor Dominato. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yes. All the public engagement that we've done, what is the first priority of people in the city? Affordable housing. One of the other priorities, responding to climate change. We have in this city 1 person a day who is dying from poison drugs. We have over 2,000 homeless people who have about half the life expectancy as other people who have housing. Yes, these are non-traditional city services that we're providing. They're not core services. But these are Vancouver residents who need them. And I just think we can't pass a motion that excludes improving services in those areas. So I'll be voting against this.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder again that this is the recommendation. This is not an amendment. This is actually in the text. So if we pass the budget as it is, this text would be included. You'd have to strike this or something to vote against it. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I as much as I appreciate the frustration, especially that Councillor Hardwick's expressed, and my frustration with this process so far, and the recommendations that staff came back with to peel things back, I do think that we can't reasonably roll back to 2019 and then go back 5%. This is a collective bargaining year. We would literally be cutting some significant services and or jobs. We're already anticipating an increase in cost just to deal with wage increases. So I just don't even see how this could possibly work and really be representative of a responsible path forward. I think I do look forward to, I do appreciate that we are paying for a lot of the neglect of the past to cover a lot of these base kind of cost increases and our big infrastructure costs. But I can't support the intent of this, even though I would like to see us have a more reasonable budget for taxpayers. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Just before we move to Councillor Bly, I would bring to attention of councillors that there have been some councillors that have recused themselves from the votes because of mentions of various departments, and I would just bring that to your attention before moving forward with any more debate or discussion on this to think of whether or not that applies in this circumstance. Point of privilege, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I would note for the record that the amendment excludes VPD, and so therefore I feel comfortable voting on this motion. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was trying to quietly put my hand up. My computer's not loaded yet. I also would note the same thing and understand from the mover of this that that there has been some consultation ahead of time with law on that. So for that reason, I will not be recusing myself, but would recuse myself on anything that had to do specifically with VPU or VPD and the collective agreement. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. On to Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, I'll standing to speak in support of this motion. And I think what stands out to me is that it's looking for options for reducing and not actually asking that we reduce. And I think that's just a different way than what we've seen come back since the last request to go back and look at how we could bring down this overall cost, because I think we've been hearing around chambers that we've all heard the same messages from our residents, renters, small businesses. They cannot afford the level of increase, even at 7%. Perhaps even at 6%. So I think what this is really doing is just asking us to slow down, to go back and take a look. We don't have to pass a budget until April, as we've already heard from Councillor Kirby-Yung. So I'm not sure why we feel like we have a responsibility to get this done before the end of the new year. I have yet to hear an argument for why that matters and why would it be in the Vancouver Charter if it would be problematic. So, a lot of the options that we already have in front of us talk about delaying hiring. So that wouldn't be impacted if we ended up going with the route that's been recommended. So I just haven't heard an argument about, and we're looking at core services are excluded from this motion. So I think we have a responsibility actually to support this motion for the greater good of the city. We have an affordability crisis in the city. Above livability, above all the other priorities, we have an affordability crisis. So this makes the city far less affordable if we move forward with this, because this also compounds year over year. And we have to also, one thing that I have concern about right now is that the recommendations to delay staff and hiring staff actually front loads the 2021 budget. And so we aren't even in 2020 yet, and we're already putting additional staffing into 2021. I think we should be alerted to that and take that quite seriously, because we may find ourselves in a worse position than we are this year, next year. And again, I have to highlight, it's asking for options. My final comment, and of course, we've all been wrestling with this process, and we've heard that right around the room. And I have to say that the one thing that I thought about the other day is, we all, in my situation, and I always look for an analogy to make sense of how this is actually showing up. And I thought, my son, he's teenager, he gets allowance, he comes and he gets his allowance every single week, and let's say it's $10 a week, and then he starts to say, can I have a little bit, can I have some more? So I give it to him, I ran out of money, and then eventually I might stop and say, I just need to know where it's going. It's not about the money, it's about the value. It's about where am I seeing this for you showing up in your life? And maybe he'll say, whatever the situation is, maybe there's some reason but we need to stop and pause for a second and look and say, okay, what is it, where is this, why is it grown, this budget? Why do we have, why are we asking for this level of increase that seems so unreasonable, even in the region? And pause. I don't necessarily agree that it's just above inflation, because we are dealing with very complex issues in the city. So this is not about anti-tax. This is about understanding exactly for this council where our priorities are, where some efficiencies may be. And if we don't stop now and figure that out, we're not going to be able to do that likely in our term, I would say. So that's why I'm going to support this. I think it's prudent. I think it makes sense now, and I hope that it is supported.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Before we move on, I just want to make clear, I have said this is an addition to the main report, but I'm just talking with the clerk, and now I'd just like some clarification from Councillor Dominato as to her intention. Was this to precede, because you did move the report, but then you also added this, so I'm just wondering how you intended this to all mesh together.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. My intent was to move the operating budget and refer. This is a referral in essence, in terms of how it's framed.
Right. Okay. So it basically just, yeah. Okay. I'm just going to check to make sure I've got the procedure right, and I'll get right back to Councillor Carr, who's next. Okay, so just to clarify, Councillor Dominato, you can't, my understanding is you can't move a report and refer it at the same time. So you either move the report with this language basically striking out all the other clauses that we're considering, or this is a separate vote before the main report is moved. So I'm not quite sure what you intend, but we need to know before we move too much further, although I don't think it's incongruent with the debate we've had so far.
Moving to strike everything except D to H, D through H. Correct?
Okay. Just 1 second. Just going to have to come right back to you. We're just going to confer on the technical side of this. Okay, so just conferring with the clerks and legal. So what, in order to technically consider this, you can't both simultaneously move the budget as listed from A to whatever it is, I, as well as this, without a full strike and replace. So the idea would be that this is a standalone motion that we are debating and we'll need to vote on before we move to moving the main budget report. Okay, so that's how I'll consider this, and we can continue with the debate. But this is a standalone motion, so we're not. If you're going to amend anything, for example, you'd be amending only the text that's on the screen right now. And then when we get to the end of the debate, we will have a vote on whether or not to accept this. And then at that point, there'll be nothing else on the floor. Does anybody need any clarification on that? Okay. So, Councillor Bly, are you finished? Okay, thanks. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you. I will be speaking against the language that's being submitted. It's basically a referral to staff to re-examine the budget. And somebody mentioned already in talking that it's important that we are honest in our discussions and our deliberations, and I absolutely believe in that. So let me be honest in sensing that in what I've heard some of my colleagues say is that there is a considerable concern around the tax level as proposed by staff, and that there is a desire to see a much larger decrease to that tax level. And some of you even said something like maybe 3.5, but maybe even that isn't enough. So to be perfectly honest, if we delay and we go through many more weeks or months of deliberations with some members of this council aiming for a very large decrease compared to the proposed 8.2% by staff, and others of us are comfortable potentially with a decrease but nothing in that same range, I think that we're not using the time of ourselves and staff in a wise way. We might as well have that debate now at this council. I want to just correct something that Councillor Hardwick had said in her arguments. She talked about how the budget had ballooned under the previous Vision Council for 10 years. That's not correct. I was on 2 of those councils for the last 2 terms, and the budgets were held around 2.5%. I think it's 2.5% average over the 10 years. That's around inflation. The big problem that we are facing as a council is investments were not made for the last 10 years, and our infrastructure, which should have been replaced at 1.2% a year, was being replaced at 0.5% a year, and now we have bursting water mains out there, and we have exigencies like climate change, which is increasing the difficulty of that infrastructure. It's important to me that we get on with investing in those essentials, and that's why I'd like to get to the matter of the budget now, not in the new year. And although I appreciate the desire for further discussion, I'm not sure it would end up in anything but what we could do now.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, you've got just under 4 minutes left.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak briefly to some of the comments I've heard. I think it's important to clarify that it's very clear in the charter that this budget doesn't need to be passed until April, and that the reason the budget historically was moved earlier to have it come forward to council and to the public was so the public and council had more time to deliberate on it and spend time with it. It was not to try to ram it through December on the eve of Christmas. It was to give more time. And so I am not apologetic in any way that in bringing forward an amendment and a motion that has us look a little bit deeper to do our due diligence on behalf of the public, and that's what this is, in terms of reviewing those fixed costs. I think that staff have done an exceptional job in terms of providing us with the scenarios that were presented last week when we did ask for that. But in looking at that information and all of the budget materials, I think there is an opportunity to look at fixed costs further to identify savings. And again, I won't be apologetic for that in the context of a city where people, in the context of affordability, in the context of people increasingly feeling a cumulative burden, a tax burden. And so I think it's the right thing to do. It is looking, as Councillor Bly rightly pointed out, for options. That is very clear, and a report back with a revised budget. I think this is a very reasonable, a very pragmatic approach, and we're simply asking for a bit more information, and so that we can consider it further, and that is perfectly within the legal framework that we work within here. And so I'm continue obviously to be supportive of it, and I hope that my colleagues will see that as well.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to address a couple of comments that were raised, and it was referenced around CPI, which is currently sitting at 2% as of the last calculation, the end of November. And if we were to approve of, say, a 5% budget, which is hardly rock bottom, as was characterized in some comments that were made, that would be 2.5 times a CPI, which is 0.1% above what this council approved last year and sort of more than double what the average was over the last 10 years. And I'd really like to say that when times are tough, you have to prioritize. The affordability issue is huge for people. They're expecting their food costs to go up. Condo insurance is reputed to go up an average of 30% next year, and on it goes, and people's salaries are not. And it is really important that we invest in our aging infrastructure. It is important that we invest in some of the core issues in the city, like climate change and housing and homelessness. But if everything is an emergency or everything is a priority, nothing is an emergency. And we are not dealing with the biggest issues that's facing the city. We are trying to do everything, and the reality is we are not doing all of it well. And we really do need to prioritize and zero in on those things that make the most impact. I think that a lot of our folks have shown a willingness to move on it. I wasn't like some councillors who came out full on in support of the proposed 8.2% and said that residents were really happy to pay those increases. That's not what I've heard. When we surveyed our own residents in the survey we did, we asked them what their tax tolerance was, and most people said about 2%. The number got smaller, said up to 4%. We didn't even listen to our own budget consultation, which makes me wonder, why did we do it? Nor did staff bring forward a 4% option and increase. So if we're listening to people, and if we're hearing what they're saying, and if we're hearing that they're saying, look, all of my bills are going up, the utilities from Metro, 9.3%, doesn't include their hydro, everything else that they need to do, these are basics. This is not luxuries to take your family out to a movie or dinner. This is just trying to get food on the table, make sure you've got insurance where you live. And people are really feeling it. So I think that this is a time where we need to prioritize, and that doesn't mean that we don't fund our priorities, but it means we determine what the priorities are. And so for that reason, I think it's really clear to set the record straight. And even at 5%, that would be 2.5 times what inflation is. I don't know anybody that's getting that kind of raise. Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think that this is something that just to some of the other council members' comments on affordability in our city, we're here and we have to make this decision. It's our decision to make. It may be one of the most difficult parts of our job, considering the affordability crisis, and that's what I'm going to call it, that our city is going through. It's not just housing, it's childcare. I know some people that spend more money on childcare than they do, in fact, on housing, on rent per child. I think that it's really important that we realize also that, our staff are trying to do the best that they can with what they have. A number of people, and one of the reasons that I'd specifically asked Ms. MP and her team, I really appreciate this, to make sure that we highlight that your entire tax bill does not come to the City of Vancouver. It does not come to us to spend. There's a large portion of that that's BC assessment, and then we have to look at some of the pieces of this that have been downloaded onto us. The 1.8% in employee health tax, I think, is important to note also, as well as some of the other costs that we as the City of Vancouver have absorbed over the years. I look at the 0.5% for the overdose crisis. I was not a fan of that being made 24 hours before the budget. I'm not saying I wasn't supportive of it overall, but I have some Vancouver residents saying to me, well, I pay once to the province and I pay once through the city. Well, the service is there and I think it's great. I think that we also have to remember that there are people out there that are concerned that they will be evicted, that we can say that it's not okay, we can say that it's not legal, but right now their landlords can raise their rent 2.2% annually unless they are to let them go as tenants. And if we're above the 2.2%, I do fear that that's where we will be. That being said, I support a number above 2.2%. However, in reading the correspondence that we've received and hearing from people, and to Councillor Carr's comment, I'll be honest, I didn't think I needed to say that because I just am going to be honest in everything I say. I'm going to be held to account by not only the taxpayers, but I consider the taxpayers the renters, the people who use who pay parking revenue in the city of Vancouver. It goes beyond who lives within the city limits. So I think it's important to note that. I think it's important also, and I really, really do want to say before we move forward with this, because if it were to pass, this would be the end of our discussion, as my understand, with the strike and replace. I really did want to thank Ms. Impey and your entire team. I want to thank all of the staff and the other departments who have been here for many, many days. Well, council does have many, many questions, and we're learning to work together in a way that's a little less clunky, I think, than perhaps last year with, I called it death by 1,000 amendments, maybe. I do appreciate this. I do appreciate looking for cost efficiencies and savings. That's what we've been asked to do. That's what I largely see in the correspondence. But I also understand that this isn't a burden created by necessarily just the City of Vancouver. And I really wanted to note that. I wanted to note that it's not just something that our staff have proposed. There is a lot in here, the employee health tax and otherwise, that has been downloaded and that we are required to pay for. The DNA, pieces of that, we have been required to pick up the bill for that because other levels of government have not funded those different pieces of our budget. So I do want to thank staff and I want to thank council for the respectful debate and consideration here as we move forward debating the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's it for the speaker's queue. So I can call a vote then on this standalone motion, which is to look at options to reduce every department budget by 5%, excluding VPD, VFRS, VPL, and VPB. Okay, so that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That has failed with Councillor Boyle, Wiebe, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition, with Councillor Dejanova abstaining. Great. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato, you still have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, since we dealt with that separately, I will move the operating budget at this time.
Okay.
And then I'll stay on the queue for an amendment.
Pardon me? As written in the report?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, just to be clear, yes.
Thank you. And we have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Bly. So now we're, go ahead, Councillor Dominato, you.
So just send in an amendment to the clerk for council's consideration.
Okay. All right, Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you. Just thought that this might be a good time while we're waiting to note again, as I'm supposed to for every meeting, that I would hope that we would be voting separately on D, Roman numeral 1, Section A, and D, Roman numeral 2, Section A as well. And I understand that that is where staff have portioned out the VPU, VPD collective agreement. So if we could hold a separate vote, you could let me know, and I will recuse myself and leave the
Yep, we'll sever as we go through.
Thank you very much.
And right now, we'll just sever those parts of the proposed report recommendations, but if other people want to sever out other parts, we can do that as well. Thank you. So, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So recognizing we're going to deal with probably a number of amendments for the day, the last motion failed. We are proposing to hold corporate support service and general government at 2019 budget levels, obviously leaving flexibility to deal with collective agreement requirements and the BIA grants which are embedded in there. Because I think that as we talk about the need to address looking in-house and getting our fiscal house in order, I think that we can look at these areas in particular. So we're not talking about frontline staff, but looking at areas, as we can note, within corporate support services, real estate, as well as in other support services. We've got civic engagement, human resources, city manager's office, and recognizing that there would be probably some follow-up work to be done to look at that, but what we are asking is that those be held at 2019 budget levels.
Okay, thank you. Just 1 second. Councillor Deschanova.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, as I'm supposed to, I don't mean to interrupt the proceedings, but I will be recusing myself because this does reference collective agreements, plural. Thank you.
Thank you. I have not got a seconder on this. Councillor Hardwick, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, point of privilege. My understanding is this is internal city corporate services, does not relate to VPD, so I will be voting on this motion. Thank you.
Right,
or amendment.
That's your choice. If you need time to have any kind of input, you know.
I've consulted with legal on sort of what guidelines are, so I feel quite comfortable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. So we have a seconder from Councillor Hardwick, and so Councillor Dominato, do you have anything else? Actually, this is an amendment, so I have to go over to the amendment queue. I don't have. Councillor Boyle. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and perhaps through you to the city manager. Considering this is an amendment we literally just got circulated to us, I would appreciate hearing from staff what impact this would have on services and residents.
Okay, so point of information through to the city manager. Quick, tell us exactly the impact this will have. But we could take, if you needed some time, we could take a slight break if that's... I'll just let you confer there for a second.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm not in a position at this point to know what the impacts of this would be. If you'd like us to discuss it, we can take a break and come back in 5 minutes.
Okay, is there any general comments you could make?
No, not at this point.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Boyle.
Yeah, I would move for a 5-minute recess. I don't feel like I can vote on this without knowing what it would mean, and having not gotten that information ahead of time, I don't think that this would be a good process to move forward. So I'm going to move for a 5-minute recess to hear back from staff on the impacts.
Does anybody object to that? Nope, that's fine. Okay, thanks. So we're recessed. And you have the floor when we come back, Councillor Boyle. Okay, Council, can I call everybody back to order? Looks like we have some information regarding point of information. City Manager.
Thank you. Through the mayor. I guess our first comment is that the motion is relatively vague, which is why I was having a hard time initially responding to kind of a high-level question about it, Mr. Mayor. So if we were to go down this track, we would really want to clarify exactly which areas would be impacted. However, there would be considerable impacts by holding these in our real estate leases that we've signed, our IT and addressing IT risks. So generally, I would say there would be quite considerable impacts on just the running of the city if this were pursued.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Is that sufficient? It's all right. I'll just turn your mic on here.
Yeah, that's sufficient. So I won't be supporting this. I think if this is a conversation that councillors want to have, then we should have it in some way in a much more thorough and responsible manner than just passing it as part of the budget now, not having a clear sense of what the impacts would be on people. I keep remembering as I'm doing my in-depth research for this budget, last year when we realized after the budget the cut that had been made to school meal programs, I think we have a responsibility to be really clear what we're deciding on here, and I don't have that clarity here, so won't be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Well, I do agree with Councillor Boyle that we need more time on this, which is why this budget should be referred. There has been alarming growth in the headcount of this organization. Looking at corporate support between 2016 and now, we've added 145 headcount in that area. Overall, since 2016, this city has added 1,119 new full-time employees. And to suggest that that isn't is significant is, it's just not reality. We are adding to this budget, and we have added significant headcount, and that's one of the largest aspects of our city budget. So the area of corporate support is one of the areas that has grown precipitously. The other ones that I would target would be planning, urban design and sustainability, development, buildings and licenses, art, culture and community services, and engineering public works. Anybody that looks at the numbers on page 181 of the budget can see this in the city's own tabulations. So again, to suggest that we haven't had significant increase in our budget and our headcount it's a separate reality from what I'm seeing in the numbers. So holding the point, pressing pause, and yes, we don't have to pass this budget until the end of Q1. Let's wait, let's get it right, and let's get me the detail on the fixed costs so I can do a proper analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I think you might hear a bit of a theme in my comments today, and that's really going to be about trying to be quite honest about this process and keeping it real and authentic. And so when I hear comments around, that suggesting this is an irresponsible way to do it, I have a different view, and I think that this is actually the responsible thing to do. And when I hear comments around taking more time to do it, well, I think a number of councillors have been asking for this in the budget process, and we haven't had a process that has been responsive to that. And also when I hear the city manager suggesting that this will impact our ability to deliver, this is not suggesting any cuts. This is suggesting holding in corporate services and general government areas, and there is always an opportunity to do that, which provides a chance to take a pause and look at how we do things. And again, I say, why are we not prioritizing spending the money where it makes the most impact, which is on things that touch residents? It is the libraries, the community centers, the parks, the first responders. We hear about permitting service levels, which we know are funded by fees. So it's not addressing any of those frontline components. It's not addressing things like street cleaning. It's not suggesting that we're cutting areas like engineering or street maintenance and things that we hear from our neighborhoods throughout the city that are really suffering when they're seeing the impacts of our significant social crises on their neighborhoods. And so the cleanliness and safety issues in the city, it's not covering any of those things. This is internally, and this is how do we best run our shop. And again, it's just saying, let's hold where we are and take a review of that. So I think that this is absolutely responsible to do. I think that without council direction, there is no impetus for staff to do things differently. That is the role of council, which is to set the tone for how we want to run the city. And that's our job. That's what we're attempting to do here. And that is our responsibility and our opportunity and our privilege as elected representatives of the people of Vancouver and under the Vancouver Charter to do that. So let's be very clear about what this amendment represents. And so with that said, I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, certainly at first blush, I was prepared to support this because corporate services, sounds like a big bucket of stuff that we might be able to cut. But then, further to Councillor Boyle's comments, on a little deeper reflection, I looked a little deeper into the section of the budget that talked about corporate support services and specifically facilities operations. And I note that we just opened a new childcare yesterday. Childcare's in there, so is Britannia. So is the Rodden Lodge and Evelyn Saller Center, the Marpole Community Center, the new library out there. There's a big amount of stuff that is really valuable to the people of Vancouver, and I worry that there's a lot more in the corporate support services bucket that we might inadvertently be cutting and regret later. So this is a little last minute for my blood, and I'm going to have to go against this amendment as proposed.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'll also be voting against. And I was looking at the second section, which was on general government, where 92% of the funds are going to help support the work we're doing at Oppenheimer and surrounding outreach. And the rest of it's going to the climate emergency. So for me, the rest of it did not get increases. So when you look at the rest of the section under general government, they all didn't get increases. So VC and the rest of them, the one that did was the ones that are really important. So I will be voting against it because of the general government component.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've moved an amendment to the amendment. Staff have that. It's just an addition of a couple of words in response to staff's feedback around leases. So I've just suggested we add after collective agreement requirements as well contractual obligations. And I'll just speak to some of the comments. I think we just need to clarify when we talk about holding the budget at 2019 levels, these are not cuts. So that's not what we're talking about here. What we are seeing, the proposed 2020 budget are increases to these budgets. Now, some of them may be necessary, some may not. Some maybe they could find means to work within existing resources. But I just want to clarify because that language is being thrown around, and that is not what we're talking about. I also think that, just to be fair, there's been some question of things being last minute. There's nothing last minute here. We have been deliberating on this budget for the last number of weeks. I have certainly not seen all the amendments, proposals that other councillors are putting forward. So maybe I've missed something, but I certainly have not seen all of them. I've seen Councillor Carr's amendments that are coming, but I just want to indicate that, again, this is about us sharpening the pencils, taking a closer look. Are there some opportunities to do things a little bit differently, efficiencies within these areas? And so obviously seeking council support for that. I am moving that minor amendment.
Second it? Okay. So we'll move over to this queue. Does anybody wish to speak to this addition? I don't see anybody on the queue, so I can call a vote on adding contractual obligations as an amendment to the amendment. Waiting. Right, so that has passed with myself and Councillor Boyle in opposition. Okay. So we go back to the queue. Councillor Dominato, anything else to add?
Nothing further on that.
Thank you. Councillor I on the amended amendment.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I I think there's a lot of people that have talked to us in the public, and we get letters from saying, the city, can't you find some way to hold on costs? So I understand the motivation for this motion, or this amendment, but I can't support it because of its broad stroke. And that there are details, and I think others of you have mentioned details that I think, well, that does not make sense. And if they're only the ones that I know about, what other ones are there? And this is just by quick review. I'm going to give you two reasons why I think we can't vote for this, or I don't want to vote for this. One, under corporate support services is finance and audit. I really appreciated Councillor Hardwick's motion to bring an Auditor General into the city, and that would kill it if you just held to 2019. Number two is the clerk's office. We talk so much at these council meetings that we have meetings that go on for 13 hours, 14 hours sometimes. The clerk's office, and that's all happened over the course of this last year. That budget has to increase in order for us to have clerked meetings, unless we all plan to stop talking or asking questions or whatever. So for those two reasons, I just can't support this.
Okay, thanks so much. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we can call a vote. Point of information, Councillor Bly. Please go ahead.
I appreciate the comment around the Auditor General, and I feel like I need absolute confirmation that it's factual, not to suggest that that wouldn't be, but this is happening very quickly and the Auditor General motion is a very important initiative that brought forward by Councillor Hardwick and supported unanimously by this council. So I would prefer to have that confirmed by City Manager through you, Mr. Chair.
So you're asking that if we vote for this letter N that's added to the end of the motion, would this negate the Auditor General?
Would this kill it?
I think it's $1 million for that position. So
Information.
We got to answer this one first, and we'll come right back to you. It's my mic. City Manager, do you need some time to think through this, or?
Yeah, just looking at it there. So let's see. At this point, we have not allocated funding for the Auditor General function. There was originally the call for $1 million. And then that was removed, and at this point, there is not funding in the budget for an Auditor General. So I'm not sure if that clarifies the question, but I guess just to close it out, this would not impact the Auditor General, other than to say there would be less flexibility in the budget to be able to do new things like that mid-year. So it could delay it because there's just less financial flexibility in the organization to take on new things mid-year like that will require.
Okay. Great. Councillor Bly, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Hardwick, you also had a point of information?
That was my point of information, that the $1 million that I had originally put in the motion was sadly amended out. So it is not
so you have
on
a
the
question?
table at the motion. So that is my point of information.
That's usually a question.
Okay, well, I'm just confirming.
Thanks. We've been here a year. We know what points of information are. They are questions, not debate. Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, do you have anything else you'd like to say?
I just, again, with respect to this amendment, I am extremely concerned about the growth of the civil service. And the numbers speak for themselves. There are departments that have grown exponentially, not just incrementally. And there is no question, even the reports that have come from finance have shown that the budget increased by 50% over the last decade. And we are accelerating that. The people of this city voted for change, and I don't think this is the change that they were looking for.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hardwick. I don't have anybody else on the queue, so we can have a vote on this amendment to the budget package. So that has failed with Councillor Boyle, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Fry, Councillor Carr, and myself in opposition? Thanks very much. And we go back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato, you still have the floor?
I've moved an amendment, so the clerks can bring it up.
Okay.
And this is, so it is to, going forward for 2021, is having, it asks that we have multiple budget workshops around the budget development process, looking at fixed costs, new budget proposals, and cost savings opportunities. And this flows from, I think, conversation and dialogue I've heard here today, but I've also heard informally with councillors around to enhance our budget development process. I brought a similar motion forward last year around the importance of really council and mayor and council taking a leadership role and really digging into the budget, and that doing that as other councils do, I understand, around in the metro area around sort of budget workshops throughout the year. I want to thank our staff for putting in place a number of workshops this year that was flowed from last year's motion. But I do think it's important that we articulate this as a council because we are all new here and we have different experiences from areas in life. Also that it be reflected in our policy documents as well as a best practice. So I'm bringing that forward because I do think there has been a collective sort of desire to improve our process and how we approach the budget to achieve some common goals.
Okay, we need a seconder for this amendment. I guess I'll Councillor Bly's hand first, so we'll go over to the amendment queue. Councillor Dominato, I have you on the amendment queue. Nope. Councillor Swanson, I have you on the amendment queue for this amendment. Did you? Okay. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I think that it is important to note that our staff have spent a considerable amount of time, as Councillor Dominato had mentioned, working with councillors. And it's not just in this final process, it was after the budget outlook. And I really appreciate Ms. Impey, you and your team meeting individually with every council member. Was it 2 or 3 times this year? I think it was at least twice. And I know that Councillor Fry and I, as chair and vice chair of finance, have also been meeting with Ms. Impey and your team to try and make sure that what we were seeing come back was reflecting what council had maybe suggested, even in times we weren't talking directly about the budget, but to try and make sure that everyone felt that they had contributed to the process, and especially looking at the way the budget was presented. Because the way the budget's presented, I think that we still have some work to do. Yes, Councillor Hardwick, I see that maybe there's more that you'd like to do with this, and I think that maybe there's a way to input into that. I think that we've done a great job of moving that forward, and I do appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing forward this amendment. I think that it's a way to work together as we move forward. It doesn't prescribe specifically how things will be done. It just gives staff the opportunity to work directly with council. And I mean, I won't speak for Councillor Fry, but I can say it was very helpful for me to sit in those meetings and to be able to ask for each motion that each council member had put forward and that had passed to be separated and have a column with costs associated, what the work plan and timeline was for that. And I feel that maybe more and more of those meetings as we move forward might help council to have more comfort with the budget. So for that reason, I certainly will support that. I think that updating this as we do this, often there are questions. When I was first elected to council 5 years ago, I asked these questions. I said, why do we do things the way we do them? And sometimes the answer was, because we do. Because we always have. So I think that it's important as we move forward and we set this policy that everyone feels included. And I'm hoping that, we'll make record time today over what we were in the last budget. And maybe it will be even more collaborative next year if we move forward together and have the opportunity for all council members to receive more input into this. So for that reason, I will support this, but I want to say that I don't think that this in any way is saying that staff don't do an excellent job. I think that this is more about informing council. Thank you very much. I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I circulated an amendment to this amendment, which is to change the language stated as the goal of these sessions, which I think is in line with what I've been hearing from folks. I am happy to have a couple more budget workshops. I appreciated this year that we had such, as Councillor DiGenova stated, quite thorough engagement from councillors, from council in this budget. I wasn't surprised by what came forward. We passed all of these motions and then they showed up in the budget. That's how it works, and it wasn't a big surprise to me. I'm happy to do more of that workshopping, and for the purpose to be us understanding all the many layers of the budget even better and making good decisions based on that. I think the goal of our tax increases is something we should be weighing in all year as we make decisions on what we're passing. That's a decision, motion and report by report, and the purpose of these workshops, in my mind, can and should be making good decisions based on the cumulative decisions we have been making as a council through the year.
Thanks very much. Do I have a seconder for that one? Councillor DiGenova, thank you. So I'll go on to amendment Q. Sorry, Councillor DiGenova, this is an amendment to the amendment. Okay, thanks. Okay.
Thanks very much. I'm happy to support this amendment. I read it in several different ways. It says good governance and well-informed financial decision making. That means that maybe this is a little bit idealist, but I see this as saying maybe there are some years that we'd be able to achieve little to no property tax increase if we were able to achieve revenues and move things forward depending on the state of the city. I can't prescribe what things will look like in 20 years. I hope that we're looking 100 years out when we're building housing and we're looking at our property endowment fund, the different things that we're doing, our capital budget, ways to fund that, appreciating, council asking the mayor to write several letters and appreciating the mayor writing several letters, having several meetings with federal and provincial ministers to secure funding. So I don't just read this as striking out tax increases. I read this as making good financial decisions, which some years might mean that we can cover things with different streams of revenue or trying to find ways to use surplus to achieve surplus. That would be a nice situation to be in. I know some municipalities have been in those situations before, and that's how they've chosen to use it. So for that reason, Councillor Boyle, I appreciate that it doesn't go either way, in my opinion, and it's about making good financial decisions considering the input that we hear from the public. So I think it actually complements what Councillor Dominato is trying to say, and for that reason, I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
I'm concerned about good governance and well-informed financial decision-making, but here we are. I'm looking at a 8.2% increase overall. There may be some amendments down, but to me, that's not good governance and that's not well-informed decision-making. So why should I have confidence in this process going forward? At least saying that we have a modest year-over-year increase gives us the word modest there to actually keep things with a modicum of control, because this kind of increase, again, pointing out that we had a CPI of 2% and population growth of 1%, this is not sustainable, people. And I have very serious reservations about putting general remarks around this that seem to be very open to interpretation.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to the amendment, I actually would have liked to have supported it if we had really maintained the modest year-over-year property tax increase, because I think it's a good addition. But the striking of the reference to property tax concerns me, and so in that regard, I can't support it. But I would have liked to see both together.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. I'm guided by listening to our residents and not just the very high volume of email that councillors have received, citing concern over the proposed property tax increase. But the fact that the process so far hasn't actually listened to our own feedback, and I mentioned it earlier and I'll say it again, we conduct a budget survey. We went out to the residents of Vancouver. It was theoretically a statistically relevant sample of Vancouverites who came back and said 2%, with a lesser but still majority saying up to 4%. We didn't provide an option. We didn't come back with options. Council had to push to get different scenarios so that we could consider and have some good decision making, which came around in an overnight turnaround process. And I don't think that that provides for a good process to turn around in less than 24 hours and include a review of fixed costs. There were a number of councillors that asked for scenarios to come forward in the budget. We didn't get them. We got a much higher property tax increase. We didn't get two distinct alternatives to enable good conversation and dialogue, both with council or with the public. We got one higher one, despite the feedback that came forward from council, despite the feedback that came forward from our own consultation. So my grave concern in removing this language is that we go through a Groundhog Day process of what happened this year, and it's deja vu. And we'll be having the same conversation again next year. And again, any time that staff spend costs the taxpayer time and money. And if it's not going to actually yield a result in a meaningful conversation about how we're stewarding the taxpayer dollars, I'd rather not see us do it, because we've done it this year and this has put us in the place that we are today. So I will not be supporting this amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thank you. I'll speak to both the amendment and also the amendment. And I too am feeling a little deflated, I think, through this process. We asked for a budget workshop this year. We received a budget workshop, and I think with the best intentions, but still we came out of the budget workshop with these priorities: protect and build our economy, address affordability in the housing crisis, increase focus on diversity and critical social issues, accelerate action on climate change, and deliver quality core services. So I think that meet residents' need. And so I think that we're all reflected there, but I can't say that I know what we're actually doing and prioritizing, other than to say it's where we can file our priorities under sort of a larger, I would love to see what within protect and build our economy are we going to do? Are we going to prioritize? Are we going to commit to? And I have to highlight the Park Board, and I appreciate that they have a much smaller mandate than we do, but 2020 was the year of the washrooms. That's what they declared. So now we can go out to the parks and the community centers and look at the washrooms and see what happened to the washrooms in that year. And I think that's all residents are asking for. What is the clear outcome that's going to happen? Because we are happy to contribute to the Park Board budget, as one example, because they've clearly said this is what we are going to do. And I still think we're missing that piece of it. So I appreciate the amendment. I'm indifferent to it, to be quite honest, perhaps because I'm feeling disenfranchised by this process. So I'm not going to support the amendment. I think at the very least, the critical part of this was modest, and perhaps is another amendment with a different word than modest, but it's all interpretive and subjective anyways, year-over-year proposed property tax increase. So I hope that, and the one thing I would say to the amendment to me is it looks like more staff time. And one thing I can definitely say going into the next year, that will be the critical lens that I personally will be putting on every single thing that I vote on, is how much staff time is that going to take? Because that's what we're going to be faced with this time next year. So I'll probably abstain from the whole thing, and I hope to be proved different in this coming year, that budget workshops will identify real specific priorities that this council wants to wrap their arms around, because I know at the end of this year, I can stand up and defend the work that we've done if I know what it is.
Thank you. And that's it for speakers on this queue, so I can call a vote on this amendment to the amendment. And that is passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Dominato, and Hardwick in opposition. So we're back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato, sorry, we're back to the amendment queue. Councillor Boyle, anything else?
I'm just hoping, as a point of information through you, to get a bit more information to the second point of this amendment. How much work is it to update these policies as prescribed in that language. The city manager is just walking in. I'm just asking, as a point of information, how much staff work it is in the second half of this amendment to update both of those policies. I just don't have a sense of that.
Thanks. Through the mayor. In the past, what we've done is we've hired a consultant, an external consultant. I think it was Ernst & Young in the past, and they did a best practices review, gave us a series of recommendations, and it's those recommendations that we've been implementing to improve our budget process, as well as how we report out on it. And it's through that process that we believe that we've gotten the ratings that we've gotten out of CD Howe. I think the only A+ in the country for a municipality, as well as the other, as you're aware, the other ratings that we've gotten. So I think what we would probably do with this recommendation is to bring in an outside consultant and have them update that work. It's been a couple of years since we've done it. So I think there's definitely a considerable level of effort to bring in a consultant and do that review, and then change the policies.
Is that sufficient?
Yeah, that's sufficient. So I'll just say I'm not supportive of the second half of this. I don't think we need to be doing that work right now. I'm sort of indifferent to the first half. As I said, I felt pretty well engaged. I felt that I had a sense of where others around this table were at in this year's budget process. And I'm happy to have that depth of process again next year. I don't feel I need more workshops, but if that's the will of council, it's not the hill I'll die on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'm. In terms of the motion, I'm going to support the motion as amended and appreciate the amendment. And the reason I want to support it is because I think that starting earlier in the year with workshops between staff and council, I think we'll get at a number of the concerns or search for information. That's been a very intense process over the last number of weeks. It seems like months. It probably has been months. And I think it can allow us to put on the table and have the discussions with staff around the kinds of things that have been talked about even so far this morning, about changes that might be able to be made in future years. So I like the idea of adding in the new budget proposals. I love of course, good governance and well-informed decision making, and that we will have the chance to work earlier in the year on the eventual budget for the following.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dejanova.
That was a holdover.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Weep.
Yes, I had a similar idea, thinking that we really need to have a few more workshops. There's a lot of the council priorities that have not been brought forward in this budget, and I know this is a really significantly high budget, yet when you look at the stuff that we're not able to do, including some of the actions to address opioids, some of the work with reconciliation, the employment lands policy, there's some significant, really good work that I think food strategy and others that aren't even in the 8.2. And so I think we do need to have more workshops, and I am supportive of both of these amendments. I've also got an amendment I'd like to add. And the amendment I'd like to add is a further that we actually start looking at doing a well-being budget moving forward and really start looking at the long-term impacts of policies on the quality of life of the people in Vancouver. It's something we're seeing around the world. We're seeing in New Zealand. We're seeing in the UK. And the goal is that we stop looking at just the short-term outputs that we measure, and we start to recognize that we do have a city that needs to look after the people of Vancouver, and we can't be making little cuts here and there. And we need to look at the well-being first and foremost when we create our budget process. It changes the way our budget process will need to go moving forward. I know we're winning the best of awards and we're sending out press releases in the middle of budget talking about how good it is. However, you can hear around this table and the people in this room that this has not been an easy process. It hasn't been an easy process for staff, and it really hasn't been an easy process for citizens of Vancouver. We need to look at the well-being as a city, as elected officials, and I think we need to move forward and change the process. And so I'll be putting forward this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato seconded. So we're over to the amendment queue. Does anybody want to speak to this? Councillor Hardwick.
Little cuts? Did I hear little cuts as part of this? It seems to me that we're talking about $1.6 billion budget. We're talking about a lot of money here. And we're talking about affordability in a city where everyone that I talk to is feeling the stress. And you want to talk about well-being? People are stressed out because they feel that they're going to lose their homes. They feel that they can't find anywhere to live. You know, I find this very ironic to be talking about well-being when people are living under such incredible stress around affordability. So I just have to shake my head. I feel like I'm living in a parallel universe here. So while I think this is well-intentioned, I think we have to get down to brass tacks here. We are talking about a budget that affects people in their pocketbooks, the roof over their heads, the food in their mouths. And we have to be really, really serious about this. And I'm just afraid that we're getting into areas that are nice to have and sound really great. But at the bottom line, we have to make it so that people can continue to live in this city.
Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. So I won't be supporting the amendment. I'm fully supportive of well-being, however. New Zealand brought what I think you're referencing here, and I don't know enough about it even to support this. So if it was a separate motion, that would be a different process that I could take to look into what Councillor Wiebe means exactly by well-being budget process. You know, they brought that process in because they had nothing, and they've done a lot of great work, and they saw that what they needed was to sort of encapsulate it. So we are not in that situation. We have many different projects and initiatives and activations over the past few years that might be looking to achieve this in a macro level. But, you know, I got to say with all due respect and the intention behind it, this is exactly what's gotten us into the situation in the first place, in my opinion. Adding something so broad to this budget process at this point is not the kind of policymaking I'm going to be supporting going forward. It has nothing to do with whether or not I support the intention behind it or that I have great faith in the person that's moved it, that it's meant to be doing good. But I just think at this point of this budget process, to add a new process to look at in the next year, to me, I would rather consider this in the next year and maybe in a couple of years, or let's look and research what's happening in New Zealand and what would that benefit really be for Vancouver. So, and keep in mind, New Zealand passed it as a federal budget, not as a municipal budget. So I won't be supporting it, but I appreciate the intent behind it.
Point of information, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was hoping that through you, I could ask the city manager what the city manager would take, or he could maybe pass this question on to staff. The changing to a well-being budget process, would this mean we'd change the entire process or transition?
Actually, it just says that we would look into the feasibility and implementation impacts. So that it would be, I imagine, a report back that would just say, if we were going to move to a well-being budget process, this is what we'd have to do.
Thank you. My point of information specifically is, what does the city manager, because he is responsible for the staff team, how does he define well-being budget process?
Well, I guess that would come back in the feasibility and implementation impacts, but if the city manager would care to provide further comments beyond that, you'd be looking at this and reporting back.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I think you nailed it. We would look at what was done in New Zealand, how you might translate that type of approach to a municipal context, and we would report back with some considerations of how we could pursue the type of approach that they've pursued.
Okay.
Thank you. And sorry, Mr. Mayor, the last point of information I have is for you. I understand that we're here to debate and discuss the 2020 operating budget. So when we're looking at something as broad as this, as Councillor Bly has pointed out, I'm wondering if you might be able to, I mean, I know this is not a public hearing process, but we're talking about new policy here instead of just talking about the budget that's before us. I'm just wondering if in any way in guiding council forward, I don't need a whole ruling on this, but I'm a bit concerned that we're heading off to motion territory. Is that what you would feel that this borders on?
Well, you either ask me for whether to rule it out of order or not.
Okay, I will ask if this is redundant to the process we're in right now.
I would say it's not redundant because the motion above is about next year's process, and this is also about next year's process.
Okay, so you don't see it as this being the same
That's
as that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So speaking to the amendment brought forward by Councillor Wiebe, I'm happy to support this, and for a number of reasons. One, it is simply asking for staff to look back at it, recognizing, appreciate that what took place in New Zealand, it is at a national level, federal level, but this is a report back. I also think we need to think about, in the context of city building, when we talk about well-being can easily be equated to quality of life. And that is something that when I ran, that was one of the things I talked to residents a lot about, is what's quality of life mean to you. And I think, and that can be simple things like, for example, I was in Railtown recently and the lights were all out on Alexander Street. So a sense of well-being maybe for individuals living there or walking down the street. Are they feeling safe when the lights aren't there? And things like that. And so I think to me, it's a well-being lens that's being applied, could be applied as part of the work. And no different than I recently met with a gentleman, Mr. Gagnon, who lost his wife in a collision, that later the VPD said, well, you know, his wife crossed the street because there wasn't a sidewalk, and so maybe it would have been preventable. I don't know. But I think that what Councillor Wiebe is proposing is bringing a well-being lens, and I equate that to being quality of life. And I think quality of life things can be some of those things that we often talk about here at Council, is you know, some of the core services, but also some of the social policy. I love ideas. I'm curious. I'd like to learn more, so happy to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, do you have a point on this?
No.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just to speak in quick support of the well-being budget idea. You know, this is an emergent trend. One of the interesting things when we talk about our budget and we talk about some of the concerns that folks have expressed, and when we look at what really matters to folks in the city, of course, affordability is one of the top issues, but so is social isolation and loneliness. And there's these components that you know, what makes the people of Vancouver happy, and what are we doing here, and what are we here for? And I think it's important to look at those kind of long-term goals, and that this doesn't necessarily mean that we're not taking care of business, but that we're taking possibly a different lens at how we do the business of running this city and making sure that it's a city for everyone. And I think those are core values and goals that we all ran on and that we're all here to support. So I think this is a great idea to look into it. I think it's consistent with the Sustainable Development Goals that United Nations has put forward. This is the way of the future. We know that there's all these systemic changes that are coming to our societies, automation, changes to the way work happens, changes to the way we live. And I think it's important that as we are pivoting into this new world, that we are putting the well-being of the people who live here at the forefront. So I'm really happy to support this, and thanks to Councillor Wiebe for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. I did some quick reading around a well-being approach, and it's quite interesting that it talks about the long-term impact of policies on people's lives is better than focusing on short-term output measures. And it mentions specific things such as goals. It could be the transition to a sustainable and low-emission economy, or helping rise people's income, skills, and opportunities, or, for example, supporting mental health. And the reason that I do like this is I think about the downtown east side, and I think about what we've continued to do there, and I don't see things getting better. So if I think about outcomes in terms of all of the heart and taxpayer dollars and resources that are being put into that, and our homeless count is up, we may be saving more lives in terms of overdoses, but the number of overdoses is up. We are not successfully transitioning people and dealing with the mental health challenges and getting them into treatment at a rate that I think we need to be aspiring to. And so I think about, are we improving those people's well-being? I don't think that we are. Are we focusing on that? Are we focusing on it enough? Are we doing it the right way? So I do like the idea of attempting to focus on that, because I think that we do need to zero in on some outcomes. And I can't say that what we are doing now is the magic formula towards improving that situation. And so using that specific example, if you are saving a life, but people are trying to take their life more often because they know they're playing Russian roulette if they're dealing with a tainted drug supply, but you're not giving them a life. And so for that reason, I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it on the amendment to the amendment queue. So I can call a vote on this one. And we have, that passes with Councillor Bly and Hardwick in opposition. And we'll go back to the amendment queue. Councillor Wiebe, anything else? Thank you. Councillor Dominato?
No.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Not on the amended amendment now?
Amendment here.
I'll just say that I'm struggling with this one because I feel really disillusioned with this process. And so I would hope that it would be different. But I think if any enterprising media went back and rolled the tape again from the budget process from last year, you would hear a very similar conversation where council proposed some workshops and some amendments to the budget process for more participatory budgeting, with the goal that we could look at some meaningful scenarios and that this council could put its stamp on it. And I hear comments that we could attempt to do this for next year, the year after. This is supposed to be the year that this council gets to put its stamp on the budget instead of inheriting a budget that came from last time, and really zeroes in and focuses on things that we've heard from people from our year in office, and it's not happening. So I struggle with committing to something that we did last year that didn't have the desired outcome, because I feel like it's deja vu. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bly.
That's a holder.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick.
Listening to this conversation, some councillors feel that this has been a positive experience working on the budget. Well, I'm not one of them. And I am someone that has managed complex budgets in tens of millions of dollars. I have not received the information that I've asked for. The workshop process, in my view, was superficial. And my ability to get in and do detailed analysis and actually make substantive changes has not been met. So in the future, any kind of budgeting process, and this is said with hope, will be more thorough and more granular and actually get into the meat of things. Because again, this has not given us what I need as a professional and as someone that is used to managing large amounts of money in complex organizations. And it hasn't given us an ability to push back on the significant increases in a number of departments, particularly in headcount, as well as what we're looking at now in a $700 million capital budget. So I support anything that is going to get us a more thorough and detailed budgeting workshop process, because what we've gotten now, despite what we've heard around the table, some people think it was great. Well, I don't, and I'd like to see something more complex and thorough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
I'm just hoping we can sever and vote separately on.
Sure. Yep. So we would sever out, I guess, all three. We'll have three votes on this one. So we'll vote, and I've got. So is that it for you, Councillor Boyle? Yep. That's all right. We've got Councillor Dominato. Point of order.
I just want to make one last comment to the amendment.
Sure. Yeah, we have. Yes, so we're not calling the vote. We're just is a request to sever. Clerks are working on that, so we'll move to Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to the comment that was just made, and because it will be a point of information, I'll just wait.
1 second here. Okay, we have just on the severing, we have a slight problem where N the first paragraph and the further that are related. That, for example, if you didn't pass the first paragraph, but you passed the second paragraph, it wouldn't make any sense. So, so that one's very difficult to sever as it is currently worded. However, the and further that could be severed. Okay, thank you. Councillor Dejanova, you have a point of information?
I do. My point of information is, Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering if staff might be able to comment on how much work and time this budget process will take. I understand that there was already a lot of time dedicated to
This
that.
budget?
No, in what's being proposed, for me to vote on something, I'd like to know how much time staff would estimate. When I put together a motion, I'm very thoughtful to put a budget to it, the amount of time it will take. It's one of the reasons we have the motion process, but I've been doing that.
So do you mean in total with the...
Well, I mean, apparently we're having workshops. I'm not quite sure what council thinks we're going to get from this, because everybody would like things done a little bit differently. Are we going to have 11 different budgets?
So the question is...
Thanks.
About the amount
How much time and effort of staff will it take away from the other business that we're approving here?
Okay, thank you.
Possibly put up the cost.
Sure.
Thanks.
Just waiting for the city manager to come back, and be right with you with your point of information. Yep, we'll just finish this one first. I guess calculator ran out of batteries. So the question to the city manager is, how much do you think extra time, how much extra time would this take staff to do the entire new motion of N? That would include the extra workshops, updating the policies, and looking at the feasibility of a well-being budget. Just I think a rough estimate might be a good place to start.
Thanks. Sorry for stepping out there for a moment, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council. Well, this year we did do a number of workshops, and so I think we experienced that process. It sounds like this would be perhaps a replication of that, but with some additional workshops. So it takes probably a number of hours, 8 to 10 hours, to prepare for those types of workshops for a number of people. And then if we were to do 3 or 4 workshops, plus bringing in a consultant, I think it's a considerable level of effort. But again, we would welcome the opportunity to have further engagement with council in the development of the budget. I think when we brought the budget outlook in July, we were hoping for a more substantive conversation about what council was expecting and hoping for out of the process, and what the expectations were regarding the tax rate. And so I think if we do this work in advance, that would be preparing council and for that process. So I think I would say a considerable level of effort, but probably time well spent.
Okay, thanks. Is that... Yep. Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager, just considering some of the comments around this, I'm just wondering, would this be each council member getting the budget in the way that they'd asked for? Perhaps everybody wants documents provided differently. I understand. I had questions for Ms. Impey when we first went into this process. She explained to me why staff do things a certain way, so I'm just wondering, and I understand that now, that she took the time to walk me through that. I'm just wondering if this would mean, considering some of the comments, that we would do things differently, considering each councillor's input into how the budget's presented.
Thank you. Through the chair. I guess the first thing I'd say, to go back to my answer earlier, we did bring in EY. We did a best practice review. We have some of the highest ratings in our budget process of any municipality in the country. So we are in a constant process improvement effort, and we would like to continue to adjust that process to work for council. But I do recognize during this process, some councillors felt there was too much information, the book was too big, and some felt that there wasn't enough. So, generally what we do is we go with the approved direction from council in the motions. and that's what we would look to pursue. I don't imagine we would cater the information to each individual councillor. We would be looking to serve all of council with the information holistically, and we wouldn't be preparing information based on particular council's requests, but rather the direction of council as a whole. And that's what we've done throughout the year, is really implementing the motions that were approved this time last year as the budget process unfolded.
Thank you. Is that sufficient?
Sufficient. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Dominato. Sorry, point of information before you go. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
To your earlier comment, Mr. Mayor, that we couldn't sever the second part of the further paragraph, I'm just wondering why, since I recall that last year I believe that we had a motion to do workshops that did not incorporate a component around an operating budget policy, and they do seem to be separate and distinct, so I'm wondering why we're not able to sever those.
It's because the second paragraph refers to the first paragraph, and if we did not pass the first paragraph, but we passed the second paragraph, then that would leave no direction, so you'd have to...
So follow up then, if the second paragraph, if further were to be struck from the second paragraph, would that provide the ability
They'd have to be standalone. They'd have to stand on their own as separate paragraphs in order to do that. That's the advice of the clerk. So,
okay. So it could be amended to do that.
It can always be amended.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Great. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to address some questions that have been raised around the second paragraph. So last year, I brought forward a similar amendment. The first paragraph is slightly different, but it included this reference to updating the policies. And that is simply for alignment, so that if council endorses that we should have workshops, that future councils, that would be included in the policy. And I have the policy in front of me, and it sets out the basic requirements to set a budget, basis of budgeting, requirement of the city's annual operating budget. So what it would be, in my view, is simply an addition, one paragraph to that policy document that states that council would, that there would be budget workshops held annually as part of the annual budget process. And so it is simply embedding that in the policy so that we're not bringing this forward again. It would be part of regular practice, and it provides guidance not only to the current council but to future councils. And so I don't believe, and I can only speak from my own personal and professional experience of doing policy work, that we would need a consultant to do that. It would be, in my view, in my opinion, a simple amendment to the policy to say that every year we would have regular budget workshops with council to look at these measures. Just as it states in here that some items, line item items, would be brought in camera, and that is laid out in the policy. So that is what the intent is behind the motion this morning, and that is what I would hope would happen, is simply that be embedded in that policy.
Thanks very much. So that's it for the queue. So we'll call for a vote on, which one are we voting on now? We're on the first two, but we're out of the amendment queue, back to the question queue. Okay. Right. So we're voting on the first two. And that has passed with Councillor Boyle and Swanson in opposition. And we'll vote on the last paragraph. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Thanks. That's passed with Councillor Hardwick and Dejanova in opposition. So we're back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato, you still have the floor for a minute and a half.
Off on those at this time. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have submitted an amendment to this motion to the clerk, and so for those of you who have been following my emails, it's the second email I sent. And so basically it is, there are a considerable number of changes in here, replacing basically A, B, and C, and then adding a new D and E, but D is to actually ask for a 2-hour break in this council meeting so that staff can reframe the current D to M, because if we pass the first part of these, then the rest of the budget line items have to be adjusted by staff. Madam Clerk, I didn't have at the point of sending it to you the new N, which we just passed, but I would retain that in the language going forward. So to speak to it, first of all, I've heard the public concerns around.
Sure. Councillor Kirby-Young first. Sorry, Councillor Carr, I'll stop your timer.
I'm sorry to interrupt the flow. I just want to follow along. And Councillor Card mentioned 2 emails, and I'm scouring through. I know we have a lot, but I only see one that came in at 9:45, and I'm wondering if that's the one you're referring to, because I don't see a second.
The point of information is not for the councillor. It's
well,
for
through the chair, if you
make
could identify which email councillor is supposed to be looking at.
It's what's on the screen.
It would start off with.
We don't have a debate back and forth, so the point of information
privilege,
is what.
I'd like to have the email identified or have a hard copy, because I do find it hard seeing the level of detail there with all the
Sure,
highlighting.
that's a point of privilege for sure, that we will, if you need printed copies, we'll make sure they're available to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Dejanova?
A point of information, Mr. Mayor, and it's just regarding the day and the proceedings. I'm very concerned that we've had this budget for some time. In chairing the standing committee, one of the reasons that we had the opportunity.
Question, though?
My question is specifically why we would need a 2-hour recess if staff have seen this already.
And is I don't think anybody's suggestion.
There was a suggestion for a 2-hour recess from Councillor Carr in her comments, so I'm sorry, I had to ask. That is a point of information.
I didn't hear it, but sorry about that.
Say it.
Okay, I'll go to the city manager.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the council. The language there does call for a 2-hour recess once this has been approved, if this is approved, so that the finance team can adjust the rest of the wording in the remaining recommendations D through M. If all of these changes are made, we obviously need to change the rest of the report to reflect these changes so that council can approve the rest of them or vote on them and have them be the correct numbers, and that'll take us a little bit of time. So once council's debated these, and whenever you land on them, we would like to go and make the changes so you can go through the rest of the recommendations.
Okay. Is that okay?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, can I ask you when would be a good time to amend that to call for a 2-hour recess ahead of approving this? Because, as was noted before by another council member,
there'll be opportunities to amend. It's not even seconded yet, so once it hits the floor, the regular
maybe
procedure.
Councillor Dominato will do that if.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr, please continue. Okay, seconded by Councillor Fry. Thank you, Councillor Carr. You can still continue.
Great, thank you. I say again, heard the public concern. So this particular proposal is to reduce the property tax increase from 8.2% to 6.9%. And this, of course, is the overall operating budget. There's been belt tightening in a number of the decreases. I'm going to run over them so you get a sense of what those decreases in fixed cost changes, service gap changes, and priorities for council. In the first fixed cost changes, there are reductions in discretionary costs, in leasing costs, and in wage and benefits through specifically management of vacancies. In terms of service gaps and risks, there is reductions associated with delaying hiring, including delaying hiring in new firefighters and police to make it 10 months rather than 12 months for the year, although I did check and was assured that the new class of firefighters will be on the ground in the downtown east side in March. There's also modest amount reductions in other service gaps, such as delaying some procurement work, reducing some operating impacts of capital for IT, and then in terms of council priorities, reducing funding for the Vancouver Plan, our citywide plan, but that would be made up by some reserves, reserves, money that wasn't spent in this year, and reducing funding for the response to the Oppenheimer Park encampment. Noted that the reduction in those funds would be used, or the remainder of the funds would be used to address the services to the homeless in and around Oppenheimer Park. And a delay in streetscape recycling, but the only reason for that is that the province is now coming in with a new program. So we want to make sure that we can use those funds that the province is coming in with, and make sure our things, our programs mesh. Most importantly, this budget retains the priority investments in housing and in homelessness, and in the climate emergency, and in the budgets that are associated with the incredibly important work around infrastructure, and parks, etc. There are, as I say, some. I think you would imagine some more details you want to look at, but I did add another element to the motion, which is now I think it's E at the bottom of the screen there, that really speaks to the issue of we can't just rely on our taxpayers to fund the work that we need to do going forward, that we need to make sure that we are always looking for more money. So there is a piece to this new language that directs staff to explore and implement transformation and increased revenue opportunities.
We're just at 5 minutes.
In order to address ongoing financial pressures expected.
Thank you. So we have this amendment now that's been moved and seconded. So I have an amendment queue. Somebody would like to speak to this, please put yourself on the list. Councillor Hardwick.
Well, 6.9 is not far enough. It's scratching the surface of what needs to be done here. Again, I've said this many times that I've tried to look at the fixed costs in detail, and despite multiple requests for detailed costs associated with that, I have not received them. Now, this is material because the fixed costs in particular will relate to the capital budget. And as I stated earlier, the capital budget is now up to $700 million, replete with a bunch of projects that I think we should be looking at and questioning whether we as a city want to move forward with them. So I am not supportive of this amendment. It does not go far enough. And the fixed costs are a problem. The risks and service gaps could also be taken down significantly. And also the special projects. Again, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Although I was supportive initially of the citywide plan, I voted against it, and voted against particularly the allocation of funds on something that should be a reorientation of our existing staff and activities within the city without adding extra headcount or outside consultants, which has become the pattern over time. So I will not be supporting this amendment, and I think it's important that we keep up the pressure to reduce it, to come down from 8.2. As you recall, we had suggestions from staff at 7%, 6%, and 5%. 6.9, come on. We can do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking to possibly put forward an amendment, and the amendment would be that we'd break ahead of time to recess. Now that we've part of it's a point of personal privilege, as Councillor Kirby-Young had noted, we just got paper copies now. So could I ask for that as a recess, or would you like me to amend the motion specifically for that reason?
No, I think they're two different things, really. One is a recess before we vote on this, and the second would be a recess after we vote on this. So I don't think that you would need to amend it. You would just be asking, as you mentioned, a privilege point to a recess, so you could consider this rather lengthy motion amendment to the report. So that would be the request for a recess.
If we came back, though, it would still say that there was a 2-hour recess.
Right, that's a
I would
separate matter.
like to ask that the recess take place ahead of time so council can review all of the language that's been provided and just printed now.
Okay, and how long are you?
Well, I would suggest if we're taking the 2-hour recess, why not take the 2-hour recess ahead of time?
There's two different things. One is for you to take the time for you to review this before you vote on it. And then if this is passed, I understand staff would need 2 hours to do all the calculations and come back to us as to before we finalize the budget vote.
Okay. I think I'm hearing everything from 10 to 30 minutes, so how about 15?
Okay. So I'm going to actually put that to council. All in favor of and now that would take us, just to remind with the clerk.
I just want to make sure there's no changes from the previous. How many minutes? Oh, sorry. If it fails, you just move that. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to amend that to 25 minutes.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to take a break for 25 minutes until noon, and then we would reconvene, and that is to review this lengthy amendment. So do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Hardwick, thank you. And do we have I guess we'll call a vote on that one just by show of hands. All in favor of, before you vote, sure, Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank
this
you,
matter?
Mr. Mayor. If it takes us to noon, do we need to incorporate a motion to extend the meeting beyond noon?
No, we would come back at noon to have the special council meeting where we would then vote for whether or not to go in camera today, just for 15 minutes for an urgent matter that's come forward. So what I suggest is if this recess motion passes, we would come back at noon, immediately vote on move into special council, immediately vote on the in-camera, whether or not to go in camera. That would take 3 minutes, and then come back and resume the budget debate until 1 o'clock. And then, just 1 second.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, so I've got a different suggestion that Councillor Dejanova, what I would suggest is that you withdraw this. You still have the floor. So if you would withdraw this motion, we could vote on the special council meeting first. Then we could come back, and then you could table your motion again. We could vote on it and then take a break then we don't have to come back, and we could basically go into the special council meeting at 1 o'clock. So that would give everybody lots of time to look this over. Does that sound okay? Right.
That is fine. Thank you for helping me to find the most efficient way. That's what I was trying to do.
Okay, so I need a motion to withdraw.
Motion to withdraw.
Okay, seconded. Okay, so all in favor of withdrawing this before the vote?
Unanimous.
Okay, we're okay. So that's passed. So Councillor Dejanova does have the floor still, but Councillor Kirby-Young, point of information.
I have a quick point of information just to help me with this process. Will there be a chance prior to recessing for asking any clarification questions? Because I do have one on the amendment, and I think it's a quick one that would enable me to utilize the break effectively.
You can ask a point of information at any time.
Can I do that now? It's a quick one through the
yes, yep.
through the chair to the mover, and it's on the proposed amendment in C2C. And am I interpreting that correctly that that is suggesting striking the full culture shift allocation of $900,000? Is that correct?
No, it is retaining the full amount for the culture shift. It is saying that we will be investing $6.1 million in Section 2 for the following things, and the only ones that are changed is where it talks about reduced funding. The other ones are the same.
Okay, that's not clear to me looking at the language above where it says except amended as follows, because it struck me that it was...
Okay, so we could, so there's plenty of time after we come back at 1:30 to amend language as appropriate on this motion. But thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, so I'm going to move a...
I have. Oh, I was on.
Sorry, your point of information?
I thought I still had the floor, but there was a point of information, Mr. Mayor. I was happy to move this, but I also would like to ask a point of information specifically, as Councillor Kirby-Yung did, but it's specifically so that it's not just all of D that I'm not voting on. I understand I've been very clear in stating the two specific sections.
Yeah, that's right. We're aware of that.
But those sections may have changed, so I'm hoping that, that legal could come back with advice for me as to which sections those have now become. Thank you very much. And if you've confirmed that, I'm happy to move.
I'm not confirming it,
asked.
but you'll have to go through the regular channels.
Oh, of course. But yes, I can do that. Legal will be available to do that.
And we're not voting on this until 1:30. So the motion that I'm looking for is that we first have a motion to move into special council at 1 o'clock until 1:30. And we would also recess from now until 1 o'clock.
So moved.
Is that right? Okay, so you won't bundle them? Okay. So recess this meeting? But do we move the special council motion first? I see. Okay, so the motion is to recess this meeting right now, and then we'll move into the special council meeting right now.
Recess.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, seconded by Councillor Hardwick. All in favor of recessing until 1:30? Great, that's all in favor. Opposed? That's passed. Okay, now I'm going to move into the special council meeting, and I don't have a script for that one. Your last page? Right here? Oh, okay. So we need to do the roll call first while everybody's here.
So Mayor Stewart in chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Kirby-Yung. You have Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. So council is required to meet in camera later this week at 1 o'clock today. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move that motion? Councillor DiGenova, seconded. Councillor Bly, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, great. So then we need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Hardwick, seconded. Councillor Dominato, all in favor? Any opposed? Great. Okay, so we will see you in the ceremonial boardroom at 1 o'clock, where we'll deal with this quick matter of urgent business until 1:30, and then we'll resume. We'll resume at 1:30. Thank you, and I'll leave the queue as it is. Okay, council, going to call us back to order. We had a point of we had an early recess so that council could look at the rather lengthy amendment as proposed by Councillor Carr on the report that was brought forward by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Bly. Councillor Dejanova, you have the floor. Did you want to say anything, or are you, Councillor Dejanova? Okay. Councillor Dominato. This is on the amendment?
No, I'm going to come back on the queue.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle, on the amendment?
Sure, I'm happy to speak in support of this. I, like everyone around the table, was asking a lot of questions about how we can make sure we're investing in the priorities that we have passed through the year and that I certainly feel I was elected to address, as well as making sure we're doing due diligence on existing costs. I feel good about where this has landed. I'm pleased to see the things that I think we need to be prioritizing continue to be prioritized in here. I think that this 6.9% scenario recognizes that we're in a climate emergency and continues to invest in addressing it. It recognizes that there's a public role to play in creating affordable housing and protecting renters. It recognizes the value of investing in arts and culture. And it recognizes the need to continue to invest in our own infrastructure. There's no magic in budgets. There aren't cuts that don't impact people. And we know in our own lives, as well as in these types of decisions, that we fund things that are priorities. I think this gets us there. I feel confident about it and am happy to support it.
Thank you very much. Point of information, Councillor Bly.
I just am seeking clarity in the amendment. I note that the 53.7 million with reductions in 3 different areas actually total more than the original recommendation, which was 53.6. So I'm just curious how with those reductions we came out with an additional. So it's.
Okay, so we want to check with staff about the accuracy of the first clause in terms of the amounts and how they equate to the overall increase. So the top number?
I'm just noting in the original A, it was 53.6 million. And then with the reduction in at least 3 areas, it's come out as 53.7 million. Sorry, I did try to resolve it over the lunch, but didn't hear that.
So let's have how long do you think it's going to take? 5 minutes. Okay, so could we wait, we definitely get the information back for you before we would have any votes, so I'll just wait and then they can come back when they're ready. Okay, that's a point of information. Did you have anything else, Councillor Bly? Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
I'm going to cede to Councillor Swanson. I'm just trying to identify my copy. I've lost my notes. Thanks.
Okay, and we're in council. Councillor Swanson?
Could I make an amendment to this amendment?
You could.
Okay, I just sent one.
Okay.
So this is an amendment to F. The one that asks council to explore increased revenue opportunities. So it just adds on another thing to explore, which would be changes to the charter to allow us to develop a graduated property tax. I think it's really important that we have a fair taxation method in the city, and if the charter would allow us to do this, I think it would be great.
There's a typo there, clerk. Review phase B building. Yeah.
What did you say?
There's just a typo there.
Oh yeah, probably.
Okay, keep going if you want to.
Oh,
anything else?
I just think one of the issues that I have with property tax is that it's just basically a very unfair tax because it's not progressive. If the city or the province and the feds have the income tax, where if you're a low-income person, you pay a lesser rate than if you're high income. But if you have a $70 million house, you pay the same rate in Vancouver as somebody that has a $400,000 condo. And I don't think that's fair. And I think if the province would give us the right to have a graduated property tax, we could have a much fairer way of funding, particularly housing, but also our other services.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Do we have a seconder for that one? Councillor Boyle, thank you. So we're on the amendment queue. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. As someone who has tried to, I have 14 motions that pertain to affordable home ownership, and understanding that a charter change was necessary to obtain that, and that charter change still has not fully come, although thank you very much, staff, for working on it, and we've gotten a little bit across in 5 years. I'm quite concerned with the amount of work that this would possibly take, and I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor, if staff are have already looked at this, in looking at the charter and what our powers are, or possibly changing that. So I'd like to ask a point of information through you if our staff have looked at different mechanisms to tax and have had those conversations with their counterparts at the provincial government. I don't want to suggest that they haven't. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. City Manager, do you, to your knowledge, know if we've already looked at graduated property taxes as a mechanism? Is that something staff have explored at all? Yes.
Through the chair, we did previously look at the idea of a property tax graded for residential. The province, in fact, kind of executed that through the additional school tax by having a higher school tax on the higher valued properties. So they implemented something similar.
Okay, so there has been some investigation.
No longer fell to us to do that, yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks. Councillor DeGenova, are you satisfied with that? Okay. Sure.
Sometimes it's tricky. I would ask then that this be called out of order for being redundant, as that our staff have already done this and we're trying to take less or take more off their plates, not add more to it.
I will review this with the clerk and city manager and get right back to you. Right, so on the point of order, just in a discussion with the city manager and the clerk, there hasn't been a specific direction from council to look at this. It has come up in conversations between the city and province, but not through direction of council, so that there isn't really anything standing on the books, both now or in the past, regarding a graduated property tax in terms of specific investigation, so not out of order. So you still have the floor, Councillor DeGenova? Sorry? We have a seconder with Councillor Black. Yes, go ahead.
I know that our staff do extensive public consultation. It's a part of not only our budget outlook process, but a part of the process that we've gone through to engage people throughout the city of Vancouver, and even beyond that, people who work here, people who might not live here but who play here. And I think that it's important. Some of the information that our staff bring back to us are, this percentage of people would prefer, pay as you go, or, an increase in user fees. And there's different ways to look at rates. Without knowing how the public feels about this, I'm hesitant to vote on it, so I'm going to listen to debate and consider this, but right now I'm quite hesitant because I haven't seen any correspondence directly asking for this specifically, so I think it would be good maybe as a standalone motion. I could support it, that we go out and do some consultation, but I'm not willing to do that right now, right here. I don't think, unless someone has information to share with me, that we have done some consultation on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And at first glance, when I saw this amendment, it struck me as very similar to what we do see provincially in terms of the school tax, which, while I appreciate Councillor Swanson around the focus on housing, which we all support, enhancing housing in the city, the school tax has not necessarily been viewed as fair. It's actually been viewed as regressive. In fact, we do have income tax in this country, which does mean that if you earn more, you pay more. But individuals who own home, they do not have control over assessed values of that land. And so it seems to be that's sort of where this is going. And with that in mind, I don't believe I can support this at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, there seems to be this notion that because people own property that they're wealthy. And my experience is when someone is able to cobble together a down payment and be able to buy a house, they lock themselves into a 25 or 30-year mortgage. So it's really the bank that owns the property until that mortgage is concluded. What we've seen over the last number of years is significant increase in property taxes and the strangely named school tax from the provincial government that has put a tremendous amount of cash flow pressure on people that might be land rich and cash poor. And as a result, many people, seniors have been deferring their taxes in larger and larger number, but homeowners are also finding themselves digging themselves deeper and deeper into debt based on the perceived equity of their homes. We've seen precipitous increase in assessed value over the number of years, and we're all waiting with bated breath, I'm sure, to see what happens in January when we get our assessment notices. So I'm reluctant to support this because I'm concerned that we're perpetuating this wrong-headed notion that property ownership equates to wealth. This is not the case, and it's really a question of people being able to cash flow additional taxes. So on that basis, I cannot support this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
So I think this raises a number of challenges and concerns, and it also assumes that people have the equity in their house, and not everybody does. They're struggling to get into the market. They might have a large mortgage. Their home may have gone up an amount, but they're still paying that mortgage and probably went into it looking at the current environment and what property taxes are and what the mortgage payment was going to be and what income they had in their house and figured out if they could swing it. And so potentially to end up with a significantly larger bill when they're just trying to keep that home for a family, I think is troublesome. And I think what we haven't talked about so far, not to repeat other comments, is the impact on potentially rental and the impact on our small business, given. Then let's deal with rental first. I was speaking to some folks in the industry who are commenting that we have a higher number than in their memory of people that work in the industry of rental buildings in the city of Vancouver and the province of BC that are for sale. And people are selling because they're getting out of the rental business because it's becoming too difficult with the legislative framework, both provincially and what is starting to develop municipally as well. And so if we have a graduated tax, which would hit higher value buildings and presumably rental buildings, I worry about the impact on housing affordability when this council is actually trying to work and recently passed a large rental incentives report that we're going to have policy that works against each other. I also think about our small businesses in the city. We haven't yet achieved a split tax assessment where we've been trying. We know that our businesses are paying a higher proportion of property tax relative to residences. Those small businesses are dying. They're having a hard time surviving in the city. We haven't found the way to give meaningful relief. We've done a couple of sort of small moves. And now potentially we could have a system where they would see with triple net leases and taxes passed down, because we don't have split tax assessment yet, potentially higher taxes. And I think that would set off a wave of issues in our business community who are just hanging on by a thread. And those are so important to the complete communities that we have. So for me, to put something this potentially far-reaching and having such significant impacts in with language around explore and implement, I think is really troublesome, and I think it's beyond the scope of this particular 2021 budget approval. So those are my concerns.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. And I certainly appreciate that this is just really seeking to explore this. And I kind of appreciate the intent behind it. But I will say that at this point, as we're trying to wrestle down an 8.2% budget increase, and we're hearing a lot of concerns from folks across the board as we look at chronically underfunded and failing infrastructure that we have to, that we're on the hook for and that this council has to deal with, I'm thinking that this might be sending the wrong signal at the wrong time. I'm really looking forward to the outcomes of the intent of the unamended direction here. I'm also really looking forward to the Auditor General and having an opportunity to take a more fulsome look at how we're doing things and how we can find efficiencies. And I appreciate that this is a conversation that we should have at some point, but I think that adding it to this particular budget conversation at this time with the amount of anxiety that it's producing for people in our city might be the wrong time. Right idea, wrong time. So I won't be supporting this amendment.
Thanks very much. And that's it for comments from councillors, so we can call a vote on this. And that fails with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Dominato, Weep, Hardwick, Fry, DeGenova, and Carr in opposition. Okay. We are now back to the amendment queue. Councillor Swanson, do you have anything else? Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, Councillor Swanson? Nope. Okay, Councillor Hardwick. Up to 3 minutes.
I also have an amendment.
Okay.
Which I had submitted to the clerk. Yeah, I didn't put this into the numbering and lettering in the amendment. I wasn't sure and would appreciate the clerk's insight into where this could be best positioned.
So it's seconded, so I'll move us to an amendment to the amendment queue. Somebody like to speak for this? Yep, I'll put you on the queue now that's been seconded, and you have a full 5 minutes.
I won't need the full 5 minutes. As you recall, when I first put this motion forward, I had requested $1 million allocation going forward, and also emphasized the fact that a big part of the role of the Auditor General is to find savings. When we looked at examples in other cities, in particular Toronto, their contribution was very significant, like a 10 or 12 to 1 ratio in terms of the savings that they brought back for the investment that was made. This council voted unanimously in favor of this. There's no allocation in the budget for this, and I think it's important that we put a placeholder that would get this undertaking started. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I was going to do an amendment, but I didn't have her Councillor Hardwick's language in front of me. But maybe a point of information first,
sure.
Which is we have not yet agreed to establish one. We have a report back coming from staff, and I'm just wondering if the addition of the word potential in front of establishment, because we. No, the motion. Sorry, maybe I'll hear
debate.
It from staff.
Thank you.
On are we proceeding with an Auditor General and we're just working out the details? That's my question.
So your question is, sorry?
Is it okay to just say establishment, or does it need to be potential? I mean, I just want to know what the report back is. Have we already agreed?
So what's the status of the, Councillor Carr, what's the status of the Auditor General?
Yeah,
okay.
That process.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps the city manager could fill us in here.
Thanks. The direction from council in the motion that was approved really left that with council to pursue the establishment of that function. The Two parts that were left to staff were to report back on our current internal audit function, to give you a sense of what we already do, so that the scoping process could, I think that my interpretation is, so the scoping process could be undertaken by council. That report back is coming in the first meeting in January, where we will map out the audits that we already do, how we do them, how we compare to other places. As you know, not many places have both an internal audit and an auditor general, so we'll be reporting back on our current state and the research that we've done. And then it'd be up to council to determine if you want to proceed, and then under what format.
Okay. So point of information, I have a second point of information, which is that if we have agreed as council to proceed, and it's just the logistics of how to proceed, would it be helpful to us for staff to have us allocate money so that you can be proceeded with in terms of establishment?
Yeah, council. I mean, typically we don't allocate funding to anything until we've got a business case. We understand what the costs are, how many people, what it would do. So it would be quite abnormal for us to allocate funding to something without any meat on the bones yet. So generally, that work needs to be done in order to determine what the cost is. I think that the previous estimate was $1 million, now it's $500,000. Generally, that work gets done, a proposal comes forward with a cost, and then that gets approved. So that would be the typical way that we proceed.
I have another point of information, sorry. Okay. And that is, if it's not allocated, is it, I'm searching for language that, and I need to understand, so the question is, if it's not allocated, is it that, is it reserved? I mean, if we want to proceed with it, how do we know the money's going to be there if we haven't specified it in a form such as this?
Well, there is a council contingency fund that could be utilized for things that come up mid-year like this, and that would be one way that something like this could be funded midstream rather than waiting until the next budget year. That would be, I guess, top of mind for me. The way, and if you approve this $500,000, something else needs to be removed from your current list of what's in the 6.9 in your motion. So I guess that would be either the 6.9 goes up, 6.9% goes up, or you identify 500,000 that comes out of that list in order to allocate this, unless you were to choose to use the council contingency mid-year.
Okay, then I can speak to it. I've got enough information.
You do, but I have a point of information from Councillor Hardwick.
Oh. Yes, my point of information is I would that we see the wording of the final wording of the Auditor General motion that was approved, so that we can speak to it directly. My recollection is it specifically says that this council established, it was confirmed that we would establish this office.
That is online and accessible to all councillors right now, and it is your motion, so I would encourage you to look it up. Thank you. So Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. So I am completely and fully in support of the establishment of a Auditor General's office. My understanding in hearing the answers to the questions is that should we get the report back and then get the details in place, that there will be an identification at that time of the source of funding to establish that office. We have the potential of using council contingency for that. So I won't support this at this time, but I want to make sure there's no question in anyone's mind that I want to see the Auditor General office go forward, and that I'm quite confident the money will, as the city manager said, be available to allow that to happen.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll echo that. I think it makes sense that we establish the office first, and my sense is it will take some work to do that well, and that where those funds are coming from is part of that conversation. My understanding of the Auditor General conversation and a debate that we had was also that we would be looking at internal efficiencies and how this office might be funded through some reorganizing of our existing processes rather than entirely duplicating them. This is a lot of money to be allocating to an office we haven't yet set up, and having been through this budget very closely and seen the work that was done to get this budget down to 6.9. I'm not comfortable adding another $500,000 at this point for a future office until we have figured out those details and how the financing of it will work. So I won't be supporting this amendment at this time.
Thank you. Point of information, Councillor Bly.
I'm just tracking this conversation, and my recollection from the motion is that it was establishment of the Auditor General's office, and that it happened.
It's a question, though. You should be asking a question.
I don't know if my question would make sense without this context. So if we get to Q4 2020, which is the timeline in that motion, and there's been no recommendation of funds allocated by staff in this budget, how does that work? That's my question.
Okay, I can ask the city manager that. If we do not allocate money for the Auditor General in this budget and we approve it next year, my thought would be it would be allocated in the next budget cycle or taken out of contingency.
Be established by Q4 2020 in the motion.
Sure.
Thanks. Through the chair, my recollection of the motion was pretty clear. There were two roles that you requested staff. One is to support bringing in an outside lawyer to advise council, and the second was to report by Q1 2020 on our internal audit function. That is the only thing that we were directed to do as staff. The rest was to be led by council. I think it was pretty explicit in the motion that council would be leading that. So that's the work that we're doing now. Is we've scheduled an internal audit report to council for Q1 2020. If council chooses mid-year to pursue this and has identified how many staff and what the budget would need to be, what I was saying earlier is that funding could come from the council contingency, which is in the budget. If it's not, if the thing isn't fleshed out in terms of how many staff and what the exact budget is until the end of the year, it could be something that's put in the 2020 budget, I think is where you were getting at. But in the 2021 budget, I guess it would depend on when in the year it was ready to go. Let's say you figured out what the structure is, how many staff, where the offices would be, all of that comes together, and you're ready to pursue hiring like mid-year, then you'd be just looking for the second half of the year for the funding, let's say. That could come out of council contingency, and that's part of what could be the recommendation when this moves forward.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Point of information, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. Mr. Mayor, further to that, one of my talents is finding minutes. So the minutes of the meeting state...
Is this a point of information, though?
Yes, it's a question because okay. I heard different information. The minutes are what I look to for that information. It says, further, that a target date of March 1st, 2020 be set for the appointment of the independent Auditor General with an initial office budget of $1 million annually and with the funds to be integral to the city's 2020 operating budget. So I'm wondering if that is correct or if what I just heard was correct about sort of looking for the budget then, because I'm looking at the motion.
Yeah.
That's my first question.
If I can clarify here.
Thank you.
The motion directed staff to do two particular things. However, there is supposed to be another committee of council that is established by council, and that has not been established yet, from what I understand.
If I might, Mr. Mayor, I believe you're reading the original. That was not the final that was approved, Councillor. And I think Paul has the final, and maybe you could send it around, the link to that,
we'll do that
for council to see the final language that was approved.
Happy to.
The $1 million was removed from the final motion, is my recollection, as it wasn't clear what the funding need would be.
Okay, well, it's in the minutes, and that's the only one I could find. Another question that I had was, in the budget, is there funding for the independent legal opinions necessary to move forward with this? Is that funded in the 2020 budget?
The law department has a budget to pull in external legal support when needed, and that this advice would be covered under that. There's not a separate line item for that, but there's not a separate line item for any of the legal advice that we get.
The funding's there.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. You still have the floor. Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Happy to support this amendment. I think it was very clear that Council signaled support for the establishment of an Auditor General's office, just as we signaled strong support for a renter's office. And as one of the new proposals being tabled here is that we allocate, I think it's $1.5 million for the establishment of that renter's office, which we all supported and endorsed as a council. And so I think equally we need to make sure there's an allocation set aside for an Auditor General's office so that that can get up and running in advance of the next budget cycle. So for those reasons, I support it. I'm certain that we could find, and I'll consult here, but I'm sure if necessary, it could be reallocated from other areas of the budget. But I fully support it. It's less than what was actually proposed in the original motion. And I think some of the additional support that we might need in terms of legal could be done pro bono, and there are different ways of getting to where we want to be. So I support the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more. Yes, in fact, I had originally proposed $1 million as for the Auditor General, which was amended out of the motion. And that was based on my examination of every other major Canadian city and looked in particular at ones of comparable population and budget in coming up with that $1 million. It was not just pulled out of the air. But setting aside $500,000 at this time, I think is a step in the right direction. And the reason that I've brought this up now, and we've spoken about the Auditor General a number of times in this discussion, is I don't want it to fall between the cracks. This is something that is really essential to the city going forward. And if we don't put anything in there, my concern is that, as I say, it will fall between the cracks. And I remind everyone that a big part of the role of the Auditor General is to find efficiencies, to find value for money, and ultimately will save money for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. And so, in the spirit of not revisiting the debate around the Auditor General motion, I think it's important to note that it does say that the fiscal year 2020 be set for the appointment of the Independent Auditor General to be funded from city's operating budget and recoup from savings and efficiencies identified by the office. So to me, that seems like perhaps an oversight not to have monies allocated to this budget, and could compromise us establishing something that this council unanimously supported. So I will be supporting the budget and hope that we do find that $500,000 elsewhere to make sure that we're not increasing the overall budget.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just echoing Councillor Bly, and of course we've variously circulated those minutes from the meeting and the final motion as amended, which does indicate that 2020 would be set for the appointment of an Independent Auditor General to be funded from the operating budget and recouped in savings and efficiencies, et cetera. And respectfully, so I do support the intent of this. I realize that it's a challenge with all the navigating we're doing around the operating budget, but I also do note that we have $750,000 remaining in the Innovation Fund, which we are canceling in this upcoming budget. So I would, with the indulgence of Councillor Hardwick, not vote for this and then resubmit because it's an amendment to an amendment.
Yep, we're in council. I have to. Okay, go ahead.
Councillor Fry had indicated that we are cancelling the innovation budget. Council actually has not yet voted on that.
What's your point of order?
My point of order is that that's a misstatement because no vote has been taken on that.
Yeah, under, it's being considered. It's on the table.
It's in this.
It's not out of order. Go ahead, Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Sure. So I, with Councillor Hardwick's indulgence, I would sort of resubmit this amendment. Obviously, it's an amendment to amendment, so we can't amend it, but just recognizing that there is that $750 that remains in the Innovation Fund, regardless of if it's canceled or not. We still have that remaining funds that we haven't used from last year. So that's what I would put forward as amendment should this amendment fail.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the minutes, and I do note that the $1 million to fund it was struck from the original motion by Councillor Fry, and it does say that it be funded in 2020, and we do know that we'll have some costs accrue, so I'm struggling to understand the logic of how we would strike a number of budget items in the Innovation Fund and yet still fund this. I think it's really important because the research on the Auditor General showed very clearly in the other cities that it has shown in all the cities where this has been implemented to result in savings, and savings in excess of the cost of actually running that office. And I think what this does is reaffirm that this is a priority for this council, just like as Councillor Dominato had indicated, the Renters Support Office, which this council had funded and put allocations against. And if council is going to, sort of have some emphasis behind that commitment, we need to ensure that there is some operating funding. And so this is half of the amount that was projected for an annual allocation. It provides 6 months to get a service up and running, but it does recognize that we're going to incur costs in 2020. If we defer this till 2021, by gets up and running, we won't see savings till 2022. And what we're trying to do here is find ways, which I think this council wholeheartedly ended up unanimously supporting an amended motion, that we can make sure that we've got the best value for our dollars that really go towards the core priorities are identified. So I think it's really important that if we say something's important, we actually put money behind it. And so I do support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. And thank you for reminding me that it was Councillor Fry that moved that to include the funding to be in this budget. The Vice Chair of Finance, who's been in all the finance meetings. We've been there side by side. It's been going very well. I do think that this is really important. In fact, over the years when I've been to FCM conferences, to UBCM, as one of the larger Canadian cities, there is some surprise that the City of Vancouver does not have an independent ombudsman person, or in some cities that functions also as an auditor general or has some of the same functions, or to have an auditor general. And I think that perhaps this would be a way for not only council members to make sure that our participation in local government is as clear and transparent as it possibly can be, but also for the public to engage in participation and engagement, which is something that I know is a passion of many people around the table here. I think that it's important and it's critical that we do make sure it's not about, my motion doesn't get funded, so yours does. I've actually gone to the length of costing out all of my motions ahead of time, including in the whereas clauses and looking at other scenarios. I know that Councillor Hardwick was very diligent in doing that for this motion. I know that Councillor Fry, I believe that when you spoke to this, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but you also suggested that what you were recommending was doable. And I supported that wholeheartedly for that reason. So I'm really hoping that we might be able to I see this as meeting in the middle here, just making sure that there is some funding here for this as we continue to work together. So I'd urge anyone who has said that they won't support this to reconsider this. This is looking at allocating. We are going to allocate this money. It's not saying from where. That means staff would come back to us, is what I understand. And I know there's more than $750 in the Innovation Fund. I heard that number before. I think it's $750,000. But that being said, I think that this is something we really, truly do need to do, and it will find us cost savings in the long run. So for that reason, I do support Councillor Hardwick's amendment, and I do support the motion that Councillor Fry moved originally to make sure that we get here together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I do want to just point out for councillors that Councillor Fry did indicate that should this particular amendment fail, he has submitted another amendment as per what he spoke to, and that other amendment does do the same thing as this, only allocates money from specific places. So we're not leaving ourselves in the blank about where to find that $500,000. Instead, it's very clear where we can find it, where it will be allocated from. So I think think it's a much more solid approach. And so we have to defeat, this is an amendment to the amendment, so we can't amend this any further. So we'd have to defeat this amendment, and then if we really want to see that money put in place, I'm hopeful that Councillor Fry will be on the list shortly, so that we can vote to find the money, to establish the money in this operating budget.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Point of order, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. I understand that influencing the vote is one thing, it's part of debate, but to say we would have to defeat this motion to be able to put this money in place, Mr. Mayor, I feel that this money would be put in place if we did.
That's fine. That's debate itself, so not point of order. Thank you. So we'll call a question on this amendment to the amendment. And that has failed. Councillor Boyle, Weeb, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. So we're back to the main queue. Councillor Hardwick, did you have anything else that you wanted to say? You've got just under 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't want to get the wrong impression that any motions that I put forward are going to be defeated. So I'm hopeful that the purpose of what I've been trying to accomplish will be met by Councillor Fry's upcoming amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, Councillor Carr.
I'm fine. I'll wait.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, well, so I submitted that amendment to the clerk, and it's basically Councillor Hardwick's original amendment to the amendment, with the proviso that we could look at that $750,000 that's remaining in the 2019 Innovation Fund, so that we're not scraping this from other operating funds that we haven't really considered the ramifications of. So that's not my amendment. It's much shorter than this, I assure you.
Could we see it on screen?
It's coming. I just stopped your clock. And if councillors could circulate amendments to the circulation list, so all councillors can read them on their own screen, that would be just for, we might be done amendments, but just in case we're not.
I sent this to the wrong, I sent it to Councillor DL. Okay. My mistake.
Okay. Different one.
My apologies.
That's okay.
Clerk, I just resent that, so it should be to you. It went to all the councillors. So it just reads that the $500,000 be reserved and allocated from the operating budget or existent $750,000 remainder from the 2019 Innovation Fund towards the establishment of an Auditor General's office in 2020.
Second.
I believe Councillor Kirby-Yung. But thank you.
And anything else to add?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dejanova.
Well, I think this is innovative.
Sorry, I'm on the wrong queue.
I can put myself on it.
Yeah, actually, I have Councillor Swanson first. Councillor Swanson, do you have anything to add to this, or is that a holdover? Councillor Fry, do you have anything else to add, or is that holdover? Okay, Councillor Dejanova.
Sorry, I didn't know I could put myself on the amendment queue before it came up. Thanks. I do find this innovative. I've actually seen people tap dance on the floor of council to find ways to put things in the Innovation Fund. So I would hope that Councillor Hardwick would not disagree that this is innovative. So I do appreciate, Councillor Fry, your willingness to move this forward as you had committed to before at the council meeting. I really do appreciate that. And I think that certainly if we look towards supporting this now, sometimes you have to, as I used to say at Park Board, spend the nickel to save the dollar. So I see this in the long term, maybe finding us some more cost savings, as you've suggested, Councillor Hardwick. So I really would hope that there would be unanimous support for this, because I think we have to start somewhere, and this is going to give it the funding to start in the 2020 budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's it for speakers, so we can call the vote on this amendment to the amendment. That's passed with Councillor Boyle and myself in opposition. Okay, so we're back to the amendment queue. Yes, the amendment queue. Councillor Dejanova, I have you on the queue?
Nope, that's
Okay.
a whole.
I don't have anybody else on the queue. Yes, for the main motion. Sorry, 1 second. So the queue we're on now and what we're considering is the amendment put forward by Councillor Carr as amended. And that amendment is to the report that was moved by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Bly. Okay. Okay. Great. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I just submitted an amendment
Okay.
about the police budget.
Okay.
So what this amendment would do is basically cut out the increase in the police. In the public engagement report, we saw that over 80% of the public and businesses were satisfied with the police as they are. And then we heard the lived experiences of lots of low-income and Indigenous people and people who use drugs who have a different experience of the police, and that there's lots of things that the police do that other people could do, like, for example, give naloxone training. So we also have the Red Women Rising report that makes lots of recommendations about reducing police power that criminalizes Indigenous and poor people. So we have a homelessness crisis. So I'm thinking if we take the money out of the police, the new police, not the existing police, and put it into housing for people under 50,000, so that would be a good source, a good thing to do. I know it's complicated. I've been going back and forth with staff on it, and this is what they say should be done in order to take the money out of the new police and put it into housing.
Okay.
So there's B and then CC.
Okay, great. Thank you. We need a seconder for this. Councillor Boyle. Okay, so we are on the amendment queue. If anybody wishes to speak to this, point of order, Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, on the conflict side of things, considering the changing of the motion, and I do want you to know I was very timely in speaking to law. I can't speak for other council members, but I think that there have been more council members than just me that have sent in a request to find those efficiencies in here, and I can't. It's difficult to vote on something, nor should I be kept from voting because our staff have just, I understand, sent that to the clerk, but I don't have that information.
I don't understand. So what's your point of order?
It's about the conflict that I had declared before,
yes,
and I'd like to know where it is in this motion. I sent the information to staff ahead of time.
We got the motion. If you need a recess to decide whether
I do need a recess, and it was suggested that 10 minutes before would be adequate, but I'm hoping for 5 minutes. I think that was 10 minutes ago, so I'm waiting.
We have a motion to recess for 5 minutes while a councillor decides whether or not you're in conflict on this particular vote.
Well, I get the proper conflict information I asked for over lunch. Thank you.
Whatever so that's
yes.
So 5 minute recess? Anybody opposed to that? Okay, so we're in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call council back to order. Calling council back to order. Ding, ding. Okay, Councillor Dejanova, you're satisfied with the answer that you received?
Well, actually, staff are still working on it for the final vote, but I understand that as we do this, until they have that ready for the final vote, that I can vote on this, but we're going to do that until they have that information, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson, did you have something else you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just found out that there's an inaccuracy in that. And if you just give me a couple seconds, I'll change it. It's in the C part. It's
Okay,
just a matter of adding.
What's the problem? Councillor Swanson, what part of it is?
The part that says that council approved new investments of 24.5, which is crossed out.
Yep.
That should be 20.7. And the 24 point, where it says 24.95, it should say 24.45.
Okay, so the tricky thing is here is that you are, you're amending you were amending the motion as it sat before Councillor Carr forwarded her amendment. Is that kind of what the problem is? You're working on the numbers as proposed through Councillor Carr's rather than the original numbers. Okay, so clerks, do you think you can fix that? And do you need a recess? I don't know. What numbers have you calculated there? I think we might need another. Yep, we're going to take a recess until we have this straightened out because thanks. Okay, Council, we're ready to go now. We have the numbers figured. Councillor Swanson, is there anything else you'd like to say to this?
More money for housing, and there's lots that a reduction in the police budget would also help some folks in the downtown east side. Thanks. And thanks for indulging me while we did the math.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, but I understand very, very well from many of the meetings that we've had on the budget, completely together as a group, as well as also with the Director of Finance and her team, Councillor Fry and I, in our capacity. And I'm still trying to understand this specific amount to zero, which I understand, although reduced somewhat in Councillor Carr's proposed amendment here, this would bring it down to zero. So just as we've asked points of information through you to the city manager, I would like to ask a point of information as to what the impact would be to VPD now that I've made sure that I can vote on this. I'd like to be informed on what significant impacts we would face in public safety in our city.
That's a point of information?
That's a point of information.
Yeah, I think you could probably get a general sense, but again, we're not going too far outside of the city manager, so an idea of what public safety impacts might be affected by this.
I notice we have the police chief in the audience, so I hope he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've all seen through the analysis that was done, the study that led to the adoption of a multi-year growth plan for the VPD to bring up their numbers, that the members are under incredible strain with all of the issues that they're dealing with. And the recommendations in this year's budget for growth, which I think is 25 officers, is absolutely essential in order to deal with the ongoing pressures that the members are facing on the street every single day, keeping our community safe. So obviously we would, as a staff group here, would have considerable concerns with not continuing on the growth plan, the multi-year growth plan that has been approved and that we are currently underway implementing.
Thank you. I have one more point of information on this, and specifically to some of the notes that I had taken in some of our budget briefings, as I referenced before, talking about the Auditor General. My point of information specifically is I understood that there was going to be, there's different ways to fight crime now, especially sort of in looking at new technologies and IT, and I'm just wondering if this would in any way impact the plans for the VPD to move forward with their plans to have more staffing, looking at child exploitation specifically. I was just wondering if you might be able to answer that.
On that particular issue, my understanding is that the entire organization is under strain, given that they're now just reaching the 1990 levels of staffing. And as cybercrime and as all the new issues are coming up, it's pulling their resources. And so my understanding is that as those resources are pulled, there's less ability to do the proactive work of policing in the community. And so that I think the answer would be yes, this would have an impact across the entire organization.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I would like to speak to this amendment. I did notice that my point of information was timed. Okay. Sorry, thank you. I don't think I'll take all of my time, but Councillor Swanson, I voted with you around the same time last year to find some money for housing, and we found it from Robson Square, and I was able to support that because that is owned by the province. We don't have a lease on it. And I found it a bit ironic that we were beautifying something that we didn't own and didn't have a lease on. That being said, I'm concerned that when we look at vulnerable people who need housing, they also need public safety and elements of other services that we've discussed here around them. So I think that taking that budget to zero, you can give someone a home or you can give someone a house or a place to live. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're safe or give them a home. So I won't be able to support this as worded. But I do note that there's some other savings like that. And I mean, if we were talking about, maybe finding some more money for housing, I could maybe support that. But in taking everything and draining the resources from the Vancouver Police Department that also help vulnerable people, and we've heard this from vulnerable people who have come to us, in hearing that there is a different way of fighting crime also in ways that go beyond traditional policing. What we've heard is also in looking at, I suppose, in the cyber sphere and child exploitation and all of those types of things that are happening maybe in the city of Vancouver that we've heard about. I won't be able to support going to $0 at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Swanson for bringing forward this amendment. As Councillor Swanson is an ardent advocate for housing, particularly for when we've talked about housing and affordable housing below $50,000, and I share those concerns, and I have been also a strong advocate of housing, having served for 6 years on a nonprofit board here in Vancouver, as well as chair, where we deliver 500 units of housing and a range of housing, including transition houses in the city. And so I am absolutely passionate about making sure we have a range of housing options in our city for everyone, so everyone can live here. However, I don't believe this is how we should achieve it, is by reducing the proposed increases for the police budget. We had a VPD officer sitting on our board, and it is critically important. They are a partner in serving our city and serving our citizens. We just netted $39 million in 2018 for the empty homes tax, which based on our charter has to all go towards housing initiatives. It can't go towards anything else. We also have other levels of government that need to play a role and step up. We have great partnerships with BC Housing, with the province. I know the mayor has been advocating and working federally and provincially to ensure that we get the right kind of resources delivered to our city for housing. And so on that basis, I can't support the proposed amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I too am not going to be supporting the amendment, although I will support Councillor Swanson in every endeavour and have over the years to find new money for housing, to expand the housing budget. But in this case, it's specifically at the cost of the police department. And I just have to state very clearly that I am cognizant that the police department has been understaffed and is just now, with staffing increases, going to be at staffing levels that they were at 10 years ago. And that's despite the incredible increased complexity of the work they are doing, the stress that they're under, and the growth in our city. So I can't support that trade-off. I can and always will support other measures to increase housing, and will work with Councillor Swanson towards that end.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, you've had your full allotment here, but...
I don't think I really did. I think that was a screw-up. But anyway, I won't be long. There's a lot of issues that the police deal with. One of them that they deal with a lot is mental health issues.
I did let the clock run by accident during the point of information, so I'll give you 2 minutes.
And homelessness. And these are issues that could be better dealt with if people had homes. And people are saying that we're like the empty homes tax is putting money into homes. Yes, but it's not putting enough. We still need more. And I think a really good place to get it would be here in the police budget. We can't say that we've got enough money for housing so long as we've got over 2,000 homeless people on the streets.
Thank you. And that's it for discussion around this. So we can call a vote on this amendment to the amendment. Councillor Dejanova? Okay, so that has failed. Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Dominato, Wiebe, Hardwick, Fry, Dejanova, Carr, and myself in opposition. So we're back to the amendment. Councillor Swanson, anything else to add? Okay, thank you. Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks so much. I'm just sending this over to council meeting amendments. I know I can run my clock while I do that.
Our clock's running here.
I know. There we go. well, I hope you'll forgive any grammatical errors to that. I was just sent the information over, so hopefully everyone has that. And basically what that does is it amends, in Councillor Carr's amendment, it amends C, section 2 of C, and subsection D for special events funding of $500,000. It says instead of it's amended to $500,000 from $700,000. And I have in working with staff, it was suggested that this could be used from carrying forward $200,000 from the 2019 budget, and I've also further added a G so that we look at sustainable funding for this. The staff, if we could just remove 2, Mr. Mayor, that staff explore options through the citywide sponsorship policy to sustain special events funding, which is what it's called technically, in future budgets. Could we remove 2? You have for others, so I just thought maybe I'd try my luck in that. It says in G that staff to explore. It should say explore. Sorry, it was a typo. Staff explore options through that. Sorry, with should be out. I was taking some language that was suggested instead, the sponsorship policy. So we have a new sponsorship policy here at the city. I'm looking to find ways and efficiencies to sustain this so we're not in this situation every year. But I note that some of these events that are funded through this policy will be some of the most inclusive events in our city. They'll be the free, family-friendly events. I'm quite sad to see that New Year's Eve won't be continuing on this year. Hopefully it will be in future years. But I know that there's significant impact on nonprofit organizations. I know I've heard that at the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, and that there's much needed funding for this. I also think that it adds to making our city fun and affordable. So for that reason, I'm hoping that council will support this. And again, just want to note that I did do the due diligence of speaking with the city manager and the director of finance on this as well.
Okay, this is seconded, so I'll put us on an amendment queue. Amendment to the amendment. And Councillor Boyle.
I'm happy to support CIID here, but would just ask that we sever and vote on these 2 pieces separately. I will spare you my repeat speech on corporate sponsorship of public events, but I'm not comfortable supporting and adding G to this budget. That's already a policy we passed. I get it. I think staff are already looking at this more broadly, but I'd like to sever so that I can vote for the first half of this and not the second half.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I really thank Councillor DeGenova for bringing this forward. It bothered me around the special event funding and the groups that really count on us to be able to support them, and that the public love these events out there, like the Car Free Days and Pride, and there's so many festivals that are so important to people's lives in the city. So thank you for that, and thank you for working with staff to find a solution to that funding.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly support the amendment, and I appreciate it coming forward. I think that changing it, or decreasing, I should say, the special events funding at 11th hour would have caused a lot of consternation for those events who really did, I think, welcome the decision by council to support them in offsetting the rising costs of events. And I think it would be disappointing for them to had this amendment as proposed of reducing it by $200,000 gone through and not been amended back to restore the original planned funding. So I think it's critical for that reason. They do add an awful lot to our city and across our neighborhoods, and they are things that people can enjoy as life becomes increasingly more expensive in the city. So I appreciate the amendment, and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Also happy to support this amendment. Councillor Kirby-Yung alluded to the perspective of affordability, is that this enables people to enjoy events at reduced costs or no costs at all in our city. But also, I think the forward-looking piece around the sponsorship policy, our staff did an incredible amount of work to actually develop a sponsorship policy framework because we did not have one in the past. And so there's some guidance there, and I think there is an opportunity. There are many organizations that would like to support and sponsor events, and now we have a framework to support that. And so I think it can contribute in a positive way to sustain the events funding without utilizing property tax revenues. So I'm supportive of this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. I just wanted to close and say that, acknowledge that I appreciate all of Council's support. I also acknowledging that Councillor Fry is also a liaison to the Arts and Cultural Committee. And I think we hear a lot from those organizations that they try and do a lot with a little. I also do want to note that the sponsorship policy doesn't preclude individuals and nonprofit organizations from also participating in that. So our citywide sponsorship policy is not only a corporate sponsorship policy, and I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record for everyone, to note that that could include community groups or nonprofit organizations that wanted to donate to an event in their area. Thanks.
Thank you. That's it for speakers, so we can call a vote on this one. We are going to sever. Okay, so we can call a vote on the highlighted section. Everybody clear? We're just voting on the highlighted section. Councillor Dominato? That's passed unanimously, and we'll go to the second section. Councillor Kirby-Yung. That's passed with Councillor Boyle, Wiebe, and Swanson in opposition. Okay, back to the amendment queue. Councillor Dejanova, anything else?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have submitted an amendment which is to the amendment we have on the floor, the robust one from Councillor Carr, and it's specific to C2A and the Vancouver Plan. And the amendment proposes striking the language there, the Vancouver Plan reduced funding of $4 million instead of $5.5 million. And it reads that Council directs staff to reduce the 2020 allocation for the citywide plan of $5.5 million to $2.75 million, and that a large secondment of staff from corporate communications be implemented to address the gap and enable continued delivery of the work through utilization of internal resources. And I think the intent is clear, but I'll just speak quickly to it. And that is really that we have a tremendously capable staff. A large part of the work that needs to be done is meaningful engagement with our diverse communities and ensure that we achieve our equity goals there. But that we do have some real budget pressures, and I think that our staff have the capability to do that. I also think that rather than relying on outsourcing to such a degree, it makes sense to use a lot of our staff that we have internally towards this. And so I think that this achieves a couple of things in one go, one being that the work can be supported, and that can be a means to help continue that, but also that we can achieve some savings on what is a large ticket item. Thank you.
Thank you. We need a seconder for this. Second. Thank you. I heard Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby-Yung, I have you on the queue. Is that just a leftover? Or is that... Okay, Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, I'd like to speak in support of this amendment. As those that know me know that I've been advocating for a reboot of the citywide planning process for many years, and trying to pick up where we left off and the good work that was undertaken through the 90s and into the turn of the 21st century. As was articulated and as I've said in these chambers multiple times, when this was done before staff were redeployed, everyone within the city was focused on the citywide planning process, and no outside consultants were hired. And so I find it objectionable that such a large price tag was attached, accompanied with such a precipitous increase in headcount as well. I would have taken it lower than this, but since this is Councillor Kirby-Young's suggestion, I'm happy to second and support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I will be not supporting this amendment, and not supporting it because I believe that the city plan, the Vancouver plan has already taken a big hit in this budget. And although there will be some carry forward used to amplify it, it's still, I think this hit is too much. And I think it's too much in terms of this amendment because we have been asked by the public to make sure that this citywide plan is one that has very robust consultation, that it has new ways of consulting with people and engaging people across the board, all kinds of people, young and old, and all backgrounds. And to do that does take money, and it does take staff, and we have been already informed in these council chambers that many staff have been already drawn in from other departments into the citywide plan exercise. And I'm assuming because it's been a number of departments that communications has been part of that. So I think we are in a very tight situation with the current budget as proposed, and we've heard if you reduce it more, it's going to really jeopardize our ability to do this plan as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reshape this city. And so, as I say, won't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks, and I'll echo that. I don't think we need to rehash every motion we've had this year, but I'll just say the thing I am most excited about in this citywide plan is the focus and the resources to support the focus of ensuring a strong equity lens, of making sure we're hearing from voices we don't usually hear from in these chambers. And I have significant concerns that a cut this deep would significantly reduce our ability to do that work and to hear from those residents in the city. So I won't be supporting this amendment to the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, 4 minutes.
Yes, I just wanted to add to my earlier remark. In looking at the headcount increase in planning, urban design, and sustainability, we're looking at an additional 56 headcount this year alone. And in corporate support, of which I'm imagining that's where the additional communications support is, 38.6 new headcount. I'd also like to point out that in the 90s, when the citywide plan was done and there was no additional staff or consultants brought on, that they engaged with 100,000 Vancouverites pre-internet. So I'm sorry, I don't buy that we cannot consult with the public and do this within our own means without adding extra headcount and spending a lot of money on Facebook ads.
Thank you. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'll be voting not in support of this. I think that the community-wide plan, the Vancouver plan needs to have the resources to do it right. We want to change the way we do consultation. We've heard it loud and clear through the whole process and through the election that to do a paradigm shift in the way we do engagement, we need to put the resources in place in every single department to make sure that works. And I also think that we do need to look at how corporate communications enables that communication of what's happening. We have a phone ban happening right now on January 1st, and I know a lot of businesses that aren't sure of what that's going to look like. There's a lot of things we do in the city of Vancouver that people aren't sure of where we're at. So for me, there's two things here. One, I think we need to really ensure that we are getting the word out of what we're doing here at City Hall and connect more people at City Hall. And two, I think the citywide plan has to reconnect Vancouver to the Hall. And I think both of these do the opposite.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thank you. So the citywide plan was, I believe, the first motion we passed as a council that we really wrapped our arms around, and I'll say that again. And, you know, I still think we need a lot more focus, but we've heard from the Vancouver Plan folks, we've heard from Director of Planning. This kind of cut would compromise the ability to do the plan and do it well. And so I would say, let's not do other things and just do the citywide plan, but at some point we have to focus on something and do it well or not do it at all. So I'd probably even consider more so hitting pause on the citywide plan if we felt we couldn't properly fund it. But to half fund it, that never ends well, and I have great hope that for the next 30 to 50 years, we're going to get what we plan to get out of the citywide plan for the city in the city's future, so I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. I like to put things in perspective. And the perspective that I see within this budget is trying to find some efficiencies. Hopefully each year we'll be able to find ways to collaborate, and our meetings will be a little bit shorter for staff on the budget, or that we'll be able to find ways to do more with less. That being said, we just had a very similar debate on the Auditor General motion. And it concerns me that we'd be willing to cut that, but not willing to make cuts to other areas. And one of those places would be the citywide plan. And I don't see this as not having staff come forward in the future and ask for more funding for that. I see that as very realistic. Sometimes we look 5 years out, sometimes we look 10 years out. We look at the life of a building, it's 60 years out. Soon, Mr. Kelly, I'm sure it'll be 100 years out, depending on the type of building. I feel that it's really important to look at this budget and put it in perspective. And if we're willing to do that to the Auditor General, and I appreciate that we're going to consider some funding for that in the 2020 budget, that will come back to us as per the motion. And I appreciate that we did discuss that. But just as we made a decision on that, I am going to apply that same rule here, in that I think we can do some of the work with the amount of money that's proposed here. We can't maybe do all of the work, but then again, shouldn't we be reconsidering that every year? So for that reason, I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it for speakers to this amendment to the amendment. So we can call the vote on this one. Councillor Swanson. And Councillor Wiebe is absent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that has failed. Right. With, oh, sorry, I didn't read out the names, but maybe the clerk can help me with that one. Right, thanks. With Councillor Carr, Fry, Swanson, Boyle, Bly, and myself in opposition. Thank you. And now we're back to the amendment queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, anything else?
Are we, a point of privilege, are we able to see that vote on screen as we were with the other votes?
Once it's gone, it's gone. So we can circulate the results to council.
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Hardwick.
That's a holdover.
Holdover. So we have no speakers left on the amendment to brought forward by Councillor Carr, so we could call a vote. We can't. Yes, we can, unless you've got yourself on the list. Councillor Carr, go ahead.
Actually, I'm going to take myself off and put myself back on. I have an amendment. Sorry, that's addressing an earlier issue.
Councillor Dejanova.
No, I'll wait for the amendment. I'll take myself off.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Just prior to voting, if we could get another copy, either emailed, circulated, of all the amendments that have been made, or print copy.
We may not be done from the sounds of things, but I'll take that under advisement. Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Looking for a clarification on my first question when we started this consideration with the 53.7 million.
Right. Can you help me again what the question was?
I think staff are going to come back with, there's a number of reductions, and yet the total amount has gone up.
Right. Okay. So perhaps when we're finished, absolutely finished with amendments, and we're going to the vote, then we can make sure that everybody has the proper final resolution before we vote, if that's okay. But thanks. Councillor Dominato, then, did you have anything? Right, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I just had you on the list. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and I also have a point of information through you to staff, which is that the amendment on the table in D requests a 2-hour break to incorporate these changes. And I'm wondering, just looking at the time, if we can hear from staff if we need a full 2 hours or if we might be able to shorten that to get this.
Thank you. City Manager.
Happy to respond to that. Thank you for raising it. We did use the time over the lunch break productively. The team did, I should say, and the royal we. At this point, we're done with the work that we need to, unless there's further changes. So maybe a 15-minute break would be enough just to make these final amendments that are being discussed here. So we don't need the 2 hours.
Okay, so yeah, we have Councillor Bly, but we have a point of order first. So, and a point of order, Councillor Dejanova?
I was
Point of
trying
order?
to find my procedure by law. I was just wanting to make sure that in those 15 minutes, staff would be able to provide.
Seems
the
like a point of
remainder-
information.
Okay. If you'd like a point of information, a point of order would preclude me from being able to participate, though. And I still, Mr. Mayor, and I know that staff are working really hard on all the amendments and everything.
I understand.
I still don't have the information that
Gotcha.
I need to, out of an
I understand.
abundance of caution, recuse myself.
I understand.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we
So is 15 minutes enough for that?
Yeah,
That's a
hopefully.
point of information.
Hopefully it is. Okay, Councillor Dominato?
I do have a further amendment that is outside of Councillor Carr's amendment, so I'm just wondering when we come back, vote on this, we'll have an opportunity to move that amendment related to the budget.
Right,
Tied to
so
capital,
the
but-
process is this gets added back in, or if it does or doesn't, passes or fails, and then the text would be amended, and then there's still opportunities to speak to the amended report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Point of information, Councillor Kirby-Young?
In the spirit of making our breaks efficient, on the lunch hour, I had asked if Vancouver Fire's additional request could be severed from B, and I was advised by staff yes, and I'm wondering if we can get that back at the same time as this so as to avoid a further break later.
Sure, we'll get you the updated everything after we take our 15-minute break or whatever that takes. And the severing will happen at the time of vote, so we'll decide.
It was actually needed because it's embedded currently in Clause B as part of the overall budget, unlike
see.
the other departments that are separate. So that was a
Okay,
specific.
so we'll make sure before the final vote that we have the text correct for you to
Thank you very much.
be severed. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I have Councillor Boyle has the floor still.
Just, it was just recommended because the 2-hour break is actually in the language of what we're voting on, that we change that. So I am just.
We can arrange it. Just what is the time that you'd want to amend it to?
So I am suggesting we amend it in D to say 15 minutes.
Okay. Second, we'll put us on the amendment queue. Anybody wish to speak to that? Okay, put yourself on the queue. Thank you. Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks. I just really wanted to say that as long as in 15 minutes, I'm ready to vote on this now if I'd had that information. So I would hope that it wouldn't be put on me because I did make the request.
Your point's been made.
So I am speaking to this, that 15 minutes will be enough as long as I have that information. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? Okay, so we'll call a vote on this amendment from 2 hours to 15 minutes. That's passed unanimously. Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Boyle?
Nope.
Okay, Councillor Dejanova?
Nope, that's a holdover.
Okay, Councillor Carr?
Yes. I have an amendment that I have forwarded to the clerk, and it is in response, staff's response, in fact, to the very important point raised by Councillor Bly. And that was so it's an amendment to A. Councillor Bly noted that in A, the actual budget number was increased over the original motion where there were costs involved. So I gather there was a typo. Instead of 53, it's supposed to read 52.7. And then staff did provide some details to that. So this replaces the A in the amendment that I forwarded. And thank you, Councillor Bly, for that sleuthing.
Okay, we need a seconder for this one then. Second. Sorry, Councillor Bly. Okay, on the amendment queue, if anyone would like to speak to this, please put yourself on the list. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. As I'm still kind of shooting in the dark here, I was hoping that maybe staff could outline what the definition of discretionary costs and where those would fall. Thank you very much.
Point of information then?
I don't need my time. I won't speak to it after that.
Okay, sure. So a definition of discretionary costs from city manager. Somebody want to provide a definition of discretionary costs? Thank you. Ms. Impey?
Mr. Mayor, that would include travel, training, some consulting costs, so general discretionary costs.
General discretionary.
Okay, fine. Is that satisfactory?
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I just wanted to, through you, ask some more about, I can't figure out exactly what that means.
Which do you mean?
Discretionary costs
Yes.
across tax-funded departments reduced by 0.1. So that means it's not going to be reduced for the VPD. Is that what A and B mean? But it will be reduced for everybody else?
That across departments be reduced by $100,000, excluding the VPD of $60,000 and VPD of $40,000?
Yes, that's correct.
So what does that mean?
Through point of information through two. So, Ms. Impey?
So this, there's $100,000 of discretionary costs that we would take out of the tax-funded departments in order to get to the targeted tax rate, and then that gets divided amongst those tax-funded departments. So we separated out VPD so that those who needed to vote or recuse themselves from VPD could do that for that particular line item.
Okay.
So the 100,000 will come, 40,000 from VPD, and 60,000 will spread across the other departments in the city.
Okay.
That are tax funded.
Thanks. Does that answer your question, Councillor Swanson? Great. Any other questions? You've got the floor.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, if we could just renumber I, 2, and 3 instead of II and I2.
Yeah, it should be I, and I. IIS. Sound like a sailor. Is that it? Okay, Councillor Weeb, that it? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, we are now on A, Section 3. Wages and benefits across tax-funded departments be reduced and aligned, because I'm not specifically sure of that, but because it does note wages and benefits. And for reasons that I've disclosed earlier, that I have an immediate family member that's a member of the Vancouver Police Department, I would just ask that we sever out A3, or A subsection 3, subsection A, excluding VPD $180,000, or sorry, B. VPD $120,000. I would ask for separate votes so I could recuse myself from that.
On both 1 and 3?
I understand that it's wages and benefits under the collective agreement that I need to recuse myself from.
Okay.
So for that reason, that's why I asked what discretionary costs were. Thank you.
Okay.
But I will just declare a conflict right now on that part, which would be B of subsection 3 of A.
I think we'd have to have it be the vote on the whole subsection 3. Is that right, Clerk? That we'd sever out? Can we sever out the B?
Severed out A and B.
Just asking the clerk here. Just how we'd sever this? We think how we're going to have to sever this is by going A 1 and 2 as one vote, and then 3 as a separate vote, because the A and B's are included in the point 3.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
So that's
it's
how we'll sever
A and B. I was told that it was severed out in A's before, but my apologies. Now that we're in a third change to this, I will just exclude myself from voting for all of 3.
Great. Okay, so we'll have a first vote. Nobody else is on the list. So we'll have a first vote on A 1 and 2. Point of Councillor Kirby-Young.
I'll also be recusing myself from the wages and benefits component stated by Councillor Dejanova for VPD.
Okay.
I'm not fully clear on the severing, though, so I'm looking to see how it's separated.
Yes, so thank you. So how we're going to sever it is A1 and 2 will be the first vote. Maybe the clerk can highlight that. Sorry. That's okay. So that there's no conflict on that. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. So A1 would be the first vote, and then A3 would be the second vote. And that would include, can you just highlight what we're, just bear with me, Council. Council, so the first vote is the highlighted section, A and I together. And then the second vote will be 3 on its own. I on its own. Okay, so the first vote, A, and all that's highlighted there on the screen. And that has passed with no opposition. And the second vote is on item 3. Nope, 2 hasn't been changed. So there's no changes to 2. That's from the original motion. Section 3. So we're voting just on section 3? Okay, we have voted. Just not Councillor Hardwick. I'll be right with you, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was my question earlier on the severing, is that by just severing 3, and it would be easier if I could see that back on screen just to reference it, it's not separating the excluding VPD component on 3, I believe. And that was my question and my point of privilege.
Yeah, I explained that the severing would be A1, 2 is no change, and then the whole section of 3 would be what we're voting on.
Okay, but we do have the ability, that was my question, to vote on components.
We don't have the ability because
so that was what we had
the
asked of law.
180,000 plus the 120,000 is included in the 0.3 million.
I understand that, but my point of privilege is that that's what Councillor Genova and I had asked of law well ahead and days ahead of the meeting, that the components that relate to VPD would be able to be severed separately, and we were assured that they would be, and this in fact is not, and is contrary to the request that was made well in advance. That was my point of privilege earlier.
Okay. I don't have any other ruling other than that. I can check with the clerks and the city manager, though, just to make sure that's correct.
It is important.
I'll get right
this
back to you.
particular clause isn't germane, but it will be very important later on for the other components.
I'll get right back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, council. Maybe we can grab the other, usher in the other councilors. Yeah, everybody come back in. I can explain it. I have a decision. Okay, that was the biggest legal huddle I've been in yet. So the way we approached it, could work, but probably a better way to approach it is that the Bs from number 1 and number 3 would be included in one vote, and then the A's and the 52.7 would be included in another vote. So we would sever it rather than clause by clause. We would sever it, put the B's together, and that would be the first vote. And then you would recuse yourselves from the B's. Is that correct? Just 1 second. That you would the folks who have conflict would recuse themselves from the B vote and then come back in for the A and remaining vote. Point of information.
Mr. Mayor, I have been very diligent about making sure. I can only speak for myself, so if other councillors want to speak, I understand this. But my point of information pertains to, I appreciate, I think we have very capable staff.
Yeah.
When amendments come forward, it's difficult for them to work that in. And I understand that with the conflict of interest, that I have had the same conflict of interest since I've first been
What's
here.
your question?
That I can vote on a part of this, so I'm being precluded from voting on that by lumping those things together. So I think that is why they're separated the way they are, because I specifically cannot vote on the collective agreement.
So your question is?
So my question is if you put together the Bs, then I can't vote on A, subsection I, subsection B.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'm just asking you if that's fair, I suppose?
Nope, you're not. It's more of a privilege question, but I understand it. And again, I want to make sure this is straight up, so
Thank
I'll
you.
have to just check on that again.
So do I.
Okay, I think that works. So what we'll do is we'll first vote on B 3B, from which you'll conflict out, and then we can we could vote on everything together. Everything, yes, we can vote on everything else together unless somebody wants to sever something else out. Okay, council, so we'll go back and we're voting on 3B. Looking for Councillor Wiebe and Councillor Swanson. Okay, so that has passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. And now we're able to vote on the remainder of the changes. Yep, please. Okay, so now we're just going to vote on the remainder of the others unless anybody else wants to sever out anything else. If not, okay, we'll call a vote on the remainder. I should do it before I call the vote. Yeah, I know, but just call it before I call the vote. Okay, Councillor Dominato? Councillor Dominato? Sorry, I have your...
Clarifying if you're voting simply on the amendment at this time.
We are on the amendment to the amendment, except for B3B, which has passed.
Thank you.
Okay. We're all good? Okay. Just waiting for Councillor Fry. Okay, so that has passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Okay, so we're, Councillor Carr, anything else?
Oh, are we at the point of voting on the whole of
We
the
are
amendment?
there. Yep, we're there. So you have 4 minutes remaining.
Great, thank you. Then I'll speak to, in general, all of these changes. And just note that this is a reduced budget. So it's a 6.9% budget rather than an 8.2% tax increase. I want to very much thank everyone who came to speak to this budget, because their input on wanting that reduction was what we listened to. And I really want to thank staff who did an unbelievable job. I know others sent a lot of questions on very specific parts of this budget to them. And, you know, I can't imagine the amount of hours it took them to answer everything, but they got back to us in a very quick way, and I'm so appreciative. The reductions that are tabled here in this amendment are cross-departmental. They are in every department about belt tightening, about finding efficiencies, about reducing discretionary costs, around delaying hiring, delaying some projects, delaying travel, for example, training, consultation. This is also in the budget about playing catch up. And so what is important is what we are funding in this budget. And what we are funding are community amenities, our police and fire, to make up for the fact that there hasn't been the number of staff in police and fire for the last 10 years. We are now only going to get to where they were at 10 years ago, despite the incredible increase in challenges and growth in this city. It is funding community amenities and core infrastructure and council priorities that align with public priorities. And we saw the survey in this. That survey was very clear around public consultation. The top two priorities identified by the public were housing and climate action. And those are funded without any reductions in this amendment. So I'm hopeful that everybody will support it and allow us to move forward with getting work done, started, and boots on the ground.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick.
The reality is that the population has grown by 10% in the last decade. The long-form census has shown us that on average we're growing at 1% per year. The budget has grown well in excess of that. And moreover, in particular, the increase in headcount at the city has grown incredibly. The numbers are there. We can pretend they're not, but the numbers are there. Good governance begins with good management, and that means managing the public purse responsibly. And there is no way that I can look at this budget and the increase that we're seeing this year, and I voted against the increase last year as well at 4.9%. I'm certainly going to vote against it at 6.9%. To me, the affordability crisis that we face in this city is not just about housing, it's about everything. Increasing property taxes, user fees, and what I hear described all the time as looking for new revenue streams is just looking for new ways to make it impossible for people to make ends meet in this town. So I cannot support this budget. I'm deeply disturbed that we are normalizing this kind of increase in the face of all of the evidence that we see. Yes, there is growth. I'm concerned that we're promoting growth as opposed to managing growth in this city. And good management is really, again, what we ought to be doing in this council in respect of the people of this city and their finances. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm on the queue for a point of information, and it is twofold. One, to clarify, councillors offering final closing comments, because right now we're simply dealing with an amendment proposed by Councillor Carr. And then the second question is, I've asked for a copy of the revised amendments. That's right. And I'm wondering when we might get that, because we now have councillors offering comments, And so I'm wondering if I need a 5-minute recess, move a 5-minute recess, we could get a
No, I think
copy.
we're working. Yeah, we're just printing it now. So that is coming to you with the final version of this this amendment. And so I don't think we need a recess. And sorry, your other question was?
It was just seeking clarification if council is offering final closing comments on the budget right now at this time, or simply on the amendment proposed by
That's
Councillor
right.
Carr.
Yep, just on this amendment.
Okay, thank you.
We have a whole another 5 minutes on the closing, if you like. Oh, okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. If I just sort of peel back the onion and say, what are we actually voting on? We're being asked to vote on an amendment that takes a proposed 8.2% increase down to 6.9%, so maybe it achieves 1.3% of savings. But a 6.9% is still 3.45 times higher than a 2% CPI, and that is significant for people. I also noted there's one thing that stood out for me that we haven't talked about in this amendment, and that is the language in here which really troubles me. Further, that parking revenue, including the operating budget of Appendix 1, be increased by $1.6 million. And what that says to me is that we're going to put the cost of parking up to offset some of the reduction. And that is yet one more thing that's going to add to people's costs. And I know we're already hearing about the implementation of parking in certain areas and BIAs of the city that didn't have paid parking before. And so now and that's sort of buried in here, but now we're speaking to parking costs, we're speaking to something that's 3.45 times the CPI and consumer index. And so we spent a lot of time to try to achieve 1.3% savings, and it's still far higher than what residents said that they were comfortable with at 4%. So those are my clear comments here. I think that there is a lot of recognition and movement in a lot of areas across council, and of certain others that appear to have been held sacrosanct that cannot be changed. And that doesn't necessarily align with the priorities I hear. We heard that climate and housing are really important to residents, and yes, they are. But the other thing that was in that survey that wasn't mentioned is quality core basic services from the City of Vancouver, equally important. And we have far less sort of incremental dollars going towards those. So those are things that stand out for me in this. And I will be asking to sever various clauses of this. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just comment to the current proposal before us. And similarly to Councillor Kirby-Yung, is I appreciate that there are some identified savings and efficiencies that flow from the referral we made last week around seeing various tax scenarios of 5% and 6% and 7%. This really builds off of the 7% scenario with some other one or two slight other changes and amendments. That being said, that I'm concerned that it doesn't achieve what we set out in terms of addressing the tax burden and affordability in the city. And we did put forward a proposal earlier today to look at how we might look at fixed costs and re-examine those and take some more time. Obviously, that wasn't supported by council. And so I am concerned that this is still too high and that we had proposed something else differently this morning that would have addressed some of the concerns around fixed costs.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swanson.
Yes. So I really don't like property tax because it's not fair. For taxes to be fair, they need to be progressive. So people who have the least pay the least and people who have the most pay the most. The province won't let us do that at this point, so we're stuck with a regressive property tax. That said, the average property owner has almost double the income of a renter, and the value of property in the city has come close to doubling in the last 5 years. So people who own property do have a valuable asset that people without property don't have. Renters are protected from the impact of property tax hikes somewhat by the 2.5% rent increase limit, and many owners can defer and do defer their taxes. The people in the city have said that housing is their priority. I don't want to cut housing. They've said climate is a priority, especially the young ones who are going to have to live with the impact of climate change. I don't want to cut climate. I'm okay with cutting the police, as you all know. In fact, I think they should be cut more. Fire said they could live with modest cuts proposed in the 6.9 scenario. Culture isn't touched. City plan is cut, but we've been assured that this won't undermine consultation with low-income, racialized, and other groups. I want to remind everybody that a large part of this tax increase is due to the tax shift from business to residential owners that was agreed to by this council last year, and that tax shift benefits big business owners way more than it benefits small business owners. I have been assured that the remaining money in the Oppenheimer Park line is going to be used to support people who are homeless around the Oppenheimer Park area. So basically, I'm glad we've got the tax increase down a little bit without cutting the basic things that we need. And I think it's really important that we keep up the investment in the city, in the staff, and in the residents.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, well, I'll be supporting for this amendment. It's been tough to get to this point. Obviously, 8.2 was a really high number. This is still a high number. But we are, I think we're faced with decades or at least a decade of chronic underfunding of a lot of stuff that we take for granted in this city and some of the things that really make this city livable. I note that we passed a $3 billion, or not we, but the previous administration passed a $3 billion capital plan for 2019 to 2022. And 2/3 of that is really dealing with maintenance and renewal of aging infrastructure. And we have all this infrastructure that we have to renew. We've neglected this stuff for too long. We have to, it would have been great if we'd spread this out rather than keeping our taxes low in the past, but that's not the case. And, as I look at it, and I did go through the Realty Link and the BC assessment the other day, and I don't know, maybe Mr. Knight and Ms. Impey can give me a better sense of this, but I think that this, if we land with this amendment at 6.9, that's about $175 on a $1.75 million house assessment, based on the sort of previous math. And I look comparatively speaking to some of what the other metros across or other cities across the region pay in taxes. New Westminster on a $1.3 million single detached home. The 2019 tax would be $5,100. In Burnaby on a 1.6, the 2019 tax would have been $6,479,000. And comparably here in Vancouver, the 1.75 would have been at about $5,900. So I think that we've kept our taxes quite low relative to the rest of the region, and we live in one of the greatest cities on the continent. And I think that a lot of these things that have been neglected and the things that people elected us to do and to take care of, like cleaner streets, like aging infrastructure, like a citywide plan, these are all things that we have to pay for. Somebody's got to pay for it. So, this is what we got elected to do. So I will be voting for this amendment and try and keep the budget down to 6.9.
Okay, thank you. And that's it on the list. So council has been provided. Right. So, and how do you want to sever? What's your suggestion? Perhaps Councillor Dominato, I can put you on the list since you moved first.
I'll speak for myself. All sections, like all the lettered sections.
You want it done by section?
I don't know if other councillors have other wishes.
So every section that has been amended, we would vote for. Have a separate vote. Okay. Maybe the clerks can help us figure that out. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Sorry. Yeah, I'd like to sever B, D, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
B, D, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. Councillor DeGenova.
Mr. Mayor, I will be declaring a conflict on, as I did before, but because we're voting on this again, on the first item, A, subsection A, subsection 2, which is the VPD $40,000. And I also will be declaring a conflict on section A, subsection C, subsection 2. At this time, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick?
I just wanted to confirm that they were severing by alphabet.
They will be, but not all of them are necessarily severed.
Okay, well then I'd like to make sure that G and H are severed.
Councillor Dominato, I saw your hand there. What?
I think it was clarifying. I had asked that we sever by letter. If it's simpler, we can do it by.
Just we are voting on the amendment, not the final piece. So we're voting on the amendment. So we're severing
Okay, so we'll
the amendment rather than the whole final report. So we won't be severing. We won't be voting on the entire thing. I understand. So there's certain sections that are not of the report as it was presented that have not been amended.
So in that case, my desire would be to sever for E, G, and H.
Okay, just so maybe the clerks can help me here. So I've got section A2 is segmented out or severed out because of a conflict. Section AC2 is also segmented out. B, D, E, G, and H. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have a...
Yeah, just a point of privilege due to this earlier stated conflict. I'll be abstaining for the vote on AC2.
AC2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, Councillor Carr.
Yes, I understand that some councillors are identifying sections that I don't see as having been the amendment. So I'm questioning which sections have the amendments that I put forward. I see it's A and B, and the number in C, and a lot of text in C and D, and F. Like that's it.
Sure, I'm just taking the information in, and the clerk's organizing it, and then we'll go through each.
Thank you. That's the answer to my question.
That's a good question, though. Thank you. Okay, Council, so just on review, it looks like every letter has had some kind of adjustment of one kind or another, either it's a single figure or not. So we should go through letter by letter, I think, in severing, and we will sever out the ones that that there's been a conflict declared. We should probably do the conflicted one first. So we'll do the conflicted votes first, which is on, if the clerk can just pull it up on the screen before I call the vote. So actually it is section AC2. So section AC2 will be our first vote. Just before I call the vote here. So okay, clerks, we're all right with that? Okay, so we're going to vote on section AC2. And that has waiting for Councillor Swanson. That has passed with Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. Sure, Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, I understand that the final draft has not been circulated to council from my discussions with legal. So in asking if it would be wise to call a recess, it was suggested that it would be. And I know we're in the middle of a vote, but I'm asking you if legally we are on shaky territory here. Oh, we're not. Okay.
I don't think so. I mean, we just had a ruling on A that we voted on before, that you are allowed to vote on A number.
So when speaking with legal outside, they were wondering why we were, the draft wasn't finalized yet. So
you have a point of information?
My point of information, well, point of privilege was all I thought I was allowed to ask during a vote. So I was just wondering if maybe I could have a final copy of the motion a little bit bigger in its complete draft before we voted, printed.
Yeah, it is circulated to you. I don't understand what the complaint is that you.
Oh, okay. Well, the first one that was circulated to me.
Sorry, I just trying to get clear.
Had different information, as Councillor Carr first stated.
So it is circulated to you here, and this is the one we're working off of.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might, we would like to, as we had discussed earlier, take a break in order to redo the D through M once this first section has been voted upon, as we discussed earlier.
Okay, so we're going to
after this section, yep.
Section A.
Yep, and I think B. Yeah, the whole thing. Yep, and then just it's when we get to D through M that we wanted to adjust those. We just need a few minutes at that point.
I don't understand. So you can only address D after we voted through the other ones. Is that the explanation?
Correct.
I got you. Okay, so the next vote is on the rest of A. Right. So everybody's clear. This is the next vote that we're having on A. This is the vote we're having. We've already voted on 2. A2. You're not voting on C2. You're not voting on AC2. You're voting on ACA, ACB, and AC1. Great. Okay, call the vote. Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato, Bly, and Kirby-Yung. Councillor Bly. Okay, that's passed with Councillor Hardwick and Dominato in opposition. And we're now moving on to B. Yes, and the severed part in B is So just to reiterate, we've had declared conflicts on B, D, 1, 2, and 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. A request to sever. Okay, so what the request to sever on B is D, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that would be severed out. Separately, I'll just check if we can do that. Okay, so we'll do BD1 first. BD1. So section B, subsection D, subsection 1. It's highlighted on the screen. And Councillor Dominato? Councillor Dominato, there we go. Okay, so that is passed with Councillor Dejanova, Hardwick, Dominato, and Kirby-Yung in opposition. Now we'll go to BD2. Councillor Swanson? Okay, and that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That has failed. Okay, so we'll go to BD3. Sorry, oh yeah, in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Yung, Dominato, Boyle, Hardwick, Swanson, and Dejanova. Okay. Engineering and mattress recycling, BD3. BD3. Just waiting for Councillor Dejanova. And that has failed. Councillor Kirby-Yung, Dominato, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. I'm sorry, it's passed. And Park Board, BD4. Okay, and that is passed with Councillor Kirby. Oh, Councillor Dominato, you haven't voted yet. Okay, so that's passed with Councillor Dejanova, Hardwick, Weeb. Oh, wait, 1, 2, 3. It's carried. Yep, sorry, with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Dominato, Weeb, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. Okay, so now we can do the rest of B, I think. Oh, we're in the middle of a vote. Councillor Hardwick. That is passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Dominato, and Hardwick in opposition. So that's B. Now we're on to C. We're on C, everybody. That's the council priorities section, C. Okay, I'm going to call the vote on C. I don't see anybody on the queue. Councillor Fry. That has passed with Councillor Hardwick, Dominato, Bly, and Kirby Young in opposition. Okay, so we have, now we're taking a pause. Is that right, City Manager? Just 1 second, please. You said you needed to reconfigure things now? Did you need to vote for D first, or? Right, and we're recessing for 15 minutes, I understand. Not 2 hours, as it says on the... Yep, just 1 second. We haven't voted on D yet. Did you need us to suspend before D?
I think D, I thought had been revised to 15 minutes there. Yeah, 15 minutes. I think you can vote for D, and then we can take the break to get through the rest of it.
Okay, great. Thank you. If you'd like to speak, put yourself on the queue. Okay. It's fine. Councillor Dejanova?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just understanding that there will be some printing of new documents and that we'll be getting those. And if that takes 5 minutes, I was hoping that maybe we could have 20 minutes, extra 5 minutes, because I'm assuming it'll take a few minutes to print. And then everyone can have the documents in front of them as were amended, because we'd be then voting on the amendments to the original motion.
We did vote for 15 minutes.
I understand, but there will be, I understand, a revised version. That's what staff will be working on. So I'd like to see that before I sit down to vote on it, considering this is such a serious and significant vote.
Yes, just 1 second, please.
Thank you. Okay. I get 5 more minutes.
Okay, we'll make sure you have 20 minutes, Councillor Dejanova, and we no need to vote on that. We can just move with the vote on D. We're voting on D now, Council. Yep. Voting on D. Councillor Fry? That's passed with none in opposition. Okay, so now we'll be back here at about 20 after 4. I'm sorry, I didn't catch you there, Councillor. Before we break, Councillor Carr.
Yes, I just want clarification from staff regarding the fact that Section B, subsection D, subsection 2 failed, which is regarding the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. So does that mean that the funding will be without reduction, as in per the original budget? And if so, maybe can I ask for clarification at some point in time around where that funding will be coming from?
Sure. I imagine it would just be added to the increase.
Thanks. Yep, through the chair. At this point, we're going to talk to law, so we're going to take a break here. But at this point, my assessment would be that it would be at the original amount, because the reduction failed, and so then the tax would go up to 7%.
Thank you. Okay, that's good clarification.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're now, turn off my own mic. We have a break until 20 after 4. Okay, Council, I'll call you back to order now, please. Couple things on item B, the letter B, that council approved investments of 36.2 million has actually changed to that council approved investments of 36.8 million because of the failure of clause BD2. It's 36.8, not 36.2. That's under B. So now, Council, we're moving on to E. Yep, we're not actually going, you don't have to worry about conflict at the moment. Is that staff that council directs staff to work directly with council to put in place multiple budget workshops as part of the 2021 budget development process. That is what we're voting on next. Single page, right? We're still on the amendments. It's the single page we had handed out before. We're voting on E, that council directs staff to work directly with council to put in place multiple budget workshops as part of the 2021 budget development process, et cetera, et cetera. And then further, and then further. Okay? So Councilor Dejanova on the queue?
Oh, no, that's a whole.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Dominato?
That's holdover as well.
Okay, thank you. So I don't have anybody on the queue. We'll call the vote on E, and it's highlighted there on the screen. Okay, I'm going to call the vote. Okay, so that has passed with Councillor Boyle in opposition. We're moving on to F. The council directs staff to explore and implement transformation and increase revenue opportunities. And as a reminder, we're still on the amendment as proposed by Councillor Carr. We just have a couple more things to get through. So I'm calling the vote on, I'm just going to look at the screen here. I don't see anybody on the queue to speak, so I'm going to call the vote. And Councillor Fry and Councillor Bly. It's the section that's highlighted on the screen. When I'm in the middle of the vote, I can ask your question after the vote. That's passed with none in opposition. So we'll go to G. 500,000 being reserved and allocated from the operating budget. Existing $750,000 remainder of the innovation fund. Call the vote on that one. Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, and Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Yung, we're voting on G. It's highlighted on the screen as well. And that has passed with Councillor Boyle and myself in opposition. And finally, H, the last bit of the amendment. And that is passed with Councillor Boyle, Wiebe, and Swanson in opposition. Okay, just 1 second, Council. I'll come right back to you. Thank you, Council. So we're done with the amendment, and now we have the revised text as it stands in front of you. And I have Councillor Dominato on the queue.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm moving for a 5-minute recess so I can now review the printed copy that's been circulated with the budget resolution. And so that's the motion I have.
Okay. Does anybody have any further amendments that they're thinking of putting forward? So we have 2 more amendments to come. Are those circulated and folks are chewing them over? Okay, so we can include that in the 5 minutes. Okay, so anybody object to 5 minutes? Nope. Okay, so let's take 5 minutes back at 4:35. Great. Going to call council back to order now. Councillor Dominato, you have the floor. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. Mr. Mayor, I think this would be the proper time to declare just again that now it is back to D, subsection 1A and D, subsection 2A, that I will be declaring conflict on for the final vote. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato. Sure. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I will declare the same conflict on the same items for the same reason. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato. Sorry, I don't know why it's not on there, but there we go.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And so I'm moving the following amendment as an added letter, and it is that Council direct staff to report back as part of the next quarterly capital update report on options to reallocate funding within the capital and operating budget from additional general revenue and contingency to pedestrian safety measures to accelerate implementation of local improvements, crosswalks and crossing enhancements, as well as LED lighting at intersections and along streets. This stems from increasingly, I have had a lot of contact with residents, and this is one of the top concerns. They are saying they are concerned about their well-being, their safety as they're moving about the city. We, as a city, have indicated we want people to walk, we want them to ride, we want them to roll, we want them to get out of their vehicles. And yet when you look at the appendix, I don't have it at my fingertips, and the budget documents around the allocations for things like local improvements, for crossing enhancements, and the LED lighting, which apparently I understand from talking to staff makes a significant difference in terms of visibility. It pales in comparison to other areas of investment that the city is making. And so I feel really strongly and passionately about this. And as I've indicated earlier, met with residents about this. I've met with a gentleman who lost his spouse. And I think that I would like to see reprioritization of funds towards these enhancements. We had our staff recently talking about this as we spend 5 to 6 months in the dark in this city and how important that is. And so it could come back in the next quarterly report, capital report. It wouldn't be there's no funding allocation on the floor today, but I do think it needs to be looked at.
Okay, we have a seconded motion on the floor. That's right. So I'll go to the amendment queue. And seconder, Councillor Kirby-Yung, I think, seconded it. Anybody want to speak to this? Don't see anybody on the queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, just very briefly, I'll wholeheartedly support it. It's something that we see very significantly, and it also relates to sort of unfinished sidewalks, and that we hear a lot about that. And I know this sort of zeroes in specifically on crosswalks, but it's just general safety if we want people to get out and be part of complete communities, and we do have an aging population. So I appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing this forward in response to resident feedback, and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I just have, through you, a question to staff regarding this. Would staff in any way consider that one possibility would be to increase traffic cops around? I've heard many people complain about pedestrians complain about people running red lights, that kind of thing at intersections. I'm just wondering if that would be, if they thought that would be included or could be included in this amendment.
If traffic police?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, City Manager.
Through the mayor, I don't interpret this to include enforcement through traffic police. I see this really as being part of a quarterly capital update is not when we talk about police resourcing. Actually, that's really up to the police department generally. So I see this as really particularly speaking about enhancements we can make in the public realm to improve public safety is how I would interpret this.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we'll call a vote on this one. Councillor Boyle. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Back to the queue. Councillor Dominato, anything else?
No further amendments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have sent in an amendment to F, which specifically relates to the Park Board budget, and it was circulated to Council. And in recognition of the ongoing situation and serious situation at Oppenheimer Park, and the decisions taken by the park board, and I recognize that they have recently looked at a conditional injunction, but they have also not put a timeline around that, and they have indicated their desire to do a third-party study around supporting needs there, and, as well as housing. And I feel that that's problematic because their decisions are incurring additional costs for the City of Vancouver that were originally estimated $1 million, amended down by Councillor Carr to $500,000. But are now causing costs and without a resolution, but they're also duplicating, I think, and sort of straying outside of the mandate of a park board commissioner, and I can say that as a former park board commissioner and chair, into the realm of housing. And so I think for this reason, we need to have some integrity around the budget. And so the proposed amendment suggests that the park board budget be approved less $500,000 to enable covering the anticipated annual cost borne by the city for the continual encampment at Oppenheimer Park. But it does also go on to say that if the park board does, in view of light of increasing incidents at the park, and we had another shooting recently, and I know increasing concern continues to be raised by our professional Vancouver Fire, as well as VPD and as well as our city staff, that if they're successful in expediting that timeline, that any remaining balance from the $500,000 less actual costs be returned to the park board budget if and when the encampment concludes. And that is the amendment. Thank you.
Seconded. So we have an amendment queue now. If anybody would like to speak to this, please. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I think the park board is doing the best job it can, and I think its plan to get nonprofit and some peers working on the Oppenheimer Park issue is way more likely to have the consent of the people that are living there than a heavy-handed approach. And so I'm opposing this resolution. I think we should help them out when they're trying to do the right thing.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I, too, was former park board commissioner and have spent many years around the park board. I also was involved in the injunction process previously with a very contentious board, and there were little things that we could agree on. There were a few things, I should say, that we could agree on, but the safety of the vulnerable and marginalized people in the park, which I think Councillor Swanson just spoke to. I agree with you, Councillor Swanson. I want to put the safety of vulnerable and marginalized people first. And that's why I think we need to do this. I think we need to do this because I also heard from a park board commissioner who came to speak to us on the budget, and they're consistently cutting their revenue. So when we look at what are we going to have to pick up next time around when we look at the budget, and very aware of this as we look to, hearing from our staff. If we don't plan for the future, if we don't sustain our funding, if we didn't move forward with the recommendations of staff for sponsorship policy, I'd be very concerned. I also think that maybe the park board, if they can plant a money tree, that's great. But they haven't been able to do that so far. They want to reduce revenue, possibly on Langara Golf Course, after this was recently visited in 2013. And at the same time, right now, they have put a moratorium on, and I'm really glad the commissioner pointed out to me, it's all commercial or paid events that would bring in revenue to possibly help offset the cost of the many departments, as was mentioned, Vancouver Fire, Vancouver Police, our homeless outreach team, engineering services, and many other costs that go along with this. I'd rather see that money spent on housing people. I'd rather see that money spent on providing green space to kids who live around Oppenheimer Park, who maybe only have Strathcona or Raycam community centers, and their parents can't afford the bus fare that it takes to get them to another suitable green space for their sports. I also am very concerned about our staff in this. Our staff who have to go into the park, first responders who have to go into the park. And I really want to thank them for doing that, but I also think that some efficiencies need to be found on the park board side, considering the commissioner who was here when I asked, how are you going to sustain this funding? His last words to me were, I'm going to come back next year and ask you for more money. So I do think that there needs to be somewhat of a reduction here, and I think that they need to find from within. I can tell you that I wasn't happy about the reduction, even with the injunction that the park board faced in the term that I served in 2011 to 2014. And the reason is because we had to cut youth workers. We had to cut community center hours. And let me tell you, when those people come and talk to you, they aren't polite about that. But that being said, right now the heat is all on our staff. And it also, I don't think, serves them well to say that our staff aren't experts, to say that they need a third party to look into this when we have excellent staff on our homeless outreach team in ACCS. And I'm concerned with the way that is moving forward. So I appreciate the amendment being brought forward. Since day one, I have asked that we put the safety of people in the park first. And I want to commend a number of people, but the mayor for his ongoing discussions with the province and BC Housing, as well as our staff, for many of whom gave up summer vacations to be here on the ground. And I remember that, getting the updates throughout August to find people appropriate housing. At one point, everyone was offered housing. So I do want to state that. I think it's important that we do the best job we can, but we also we reduce that budget and make sure that we're putting that money towards making people's lives better. As Councillor Wiebe had talked about a well-being motion, I think this is where we start. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wiebe.
Let's speak about a well-being. The things that this motion, or the 500,000, is going to spend are enhancing kitchen operations, Carnegie, expanding of the Fieldhouse activation strategy, increasing the laundry and shower services. These are things we're talking about the well-being of people in the park. I think the park board's done an amazing job. One of the things they continue to ask for is more ranger support. It wasn't brought forward in this budget. It talks about one of the things the park board didn't bring forward. I am very against taking 500,000 away from the park board for so many reasons. We have an inequity in the city, and we have issues. We have over 100 parks in the city that have campers in them. And not only that, we're not putting more services to our ranger program to really work with the people in our city, to take that away from the Vancouver Park Board, who continues to find ways to bring in more revenue, continues to find ways to do more with less. And I think this is the wrong approach to a portion of the city of Vancouver that I think the citizens care most about in so many ways. And so for me, this is really hard to hear from two former commissioners, because we understand the work that has been done at Park Board. We understand the work that this money is going to go to. I really commend the work that Councillor Dominato did in putting forward a motion that really started to look at how we do look at the well-being of our citizens in Vancouver. And I will not be supportive of this, because what it does is against what so many people around this table believe in. And I really commend Park Board for bringing a budget that really deals with what they need. And I think they could have asked for more, because they deliver so much to the citizens of Vancouver.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
I'm glad that Councillor Wiebe mentioned well-being, and I think that this is really a recognition of all the residents of the area that we're hearing from that don't feel comfortable with the situation now and that have lost their park, and it's having a tremendous impact. And there was a story yesterday, the day before, about the owner of the Ovaltine Cafe, who has long operated that business there and is very hospitable to the community, now feels unsafe in the area, and has, instead of remaining open in the evenings, has now made a decision to shut down at 6 o'clock. And is not open at night anymore because of that. And we hear lots and lots of stories like that, lots of feedback from the different communities and the residents that actually live in the area. And I have professed, and I'll say it before, we spent $1 million already this year on supporting the encampment. We're now talking about another 500. Let's put it into something that gets people into a better situation and doesn't just perpetuate what we have down there. So that is the spirit of the amendment, and I just wanted to add that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that feedback from the community, thinking of the Ovaltine Cafe, where I go a lot. The situation in the downtown east side is bad because of homelessness. If we shut down the park before people have a place to go, those people that are in the park are going to be in front of the Ovaltine Cafe and the other businesses there. And that's why I support the way the park board is trying to do this. So they're trying to get some consent from the people who are there and some decent alternatives. And I think we should support them, and I'm opposed to the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Just 45 seconds.
I just quickly wanted to say there are other places in this budget that Councillor Swanson and Councillor Wiebe, you could pull for if you wanted to provide that money, but I do think that it's really important and imperative that we do look at the safety in the situation. And I have been around to watch the unfortunate situation at Occupy Vancouver where someone perished, as well as the last situation at Oppenheimer Park. And I certainly won't be a part of having that happen on my watch. I think that we have to try and get people into housing and shelter. And again, I'd like to commend our staff for the excellent job they've done on this. This is not the mandate of the Park Board. It's to protect and preserve green space for people who want to enjoy parks. Also very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I wasn't planning to speak on this, but twice the neighborhood's been evoked and the situation in the neighborhood. And the situation in the neighborhood is complicated. I don't think that this amendment does anything to really address that. It just really honestly seems a little punitive towards the Park Board in order to try and influence their next move. And I do think that the Park Board does need to make some moves, and critically, and I understand that they are trying to turn the corner on this, but I don't see this amendment as helping the Park Board address some of the ongoing situations, and I don't see that this is actually going to really make a dent in the ongoing situation in the downtown east side, which is far more than just Oppenheimer Park. So I think that this just sends the wrong message and sends us on the wrong trajectory here. So I won't be supporting this amendment. I do appreciate everybody's concern for the neighborhood because I live there and I hear a lot of concerns, and then we do need to really improve the situation there. But I look forward to working on that the next year with all of you.
Thank you. That's it for comments, so we'll move to a vote. Okay, so that fails with Councillor Bly, Dominato, Boyle, Wiebe, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. Okay, Council, thanks very much. We're back at the queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, do you have anything else?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dejanova.
No, that's a holdover. I'm out of time.
Great. Okay, so that's back on the main queue. In the main queue, is it Councillor? Yeah. Okay, so now, Council, we're right. I'm just going to go through the list. So I have a list of people here. I just want to make sure that you didn't want to speak any further. Councillor Cards, you're actually at your 5 minutes, so that's done. Councillor Dominato, yeah. On the main motion, I've got 3:35. You've got
on the queue in a minute. Yeah.
Minute and a half.
I'll come back on the queue. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick? We're at this stage where we're on the main motion, I believe, right? This is clerks. We're just so I can remind council, we're on the main motion as amended. Right. So this is the main motion as amended. These are your kind of final comments, if you have any. Sure, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did introduce the motion, and I'm wondering if that means that there is no time at the end to speak to the amended motion. I'm just wondering how that works after all of the amendments.
Let me ask there. So the mover of the motion has 5 minutes at the end.
Thank you.
So that'd be Councillor Dominato, if she'd like to speak some more. Councillor Hardwick, please go ahead.
Deep sigh. Last year, we approved an increase of 4.9%. Now we're up to 7%, and that's not including utilities. This is a bitter pill for Vancouver property taxpayers and users of our facilities, people that come in and out of the city. The costs just keep going ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. And I don't know how people can reconcile this when we talk about affordability and then we turn around and add all of this extra cost. You know, I've said before that good government begins with good management. And I just don't know on how we can see that this is good management of public funds and in the best interests of the public trust. Over the last number of years, Vancouver has had alarming growth in its headcount and the bureaucracy. It has had burdensome additional capital expenditures and a huge expansion in civic scope outside of the traditional mandate of local government. And I've commented on this multiple times. It's very disturbing because the city is only 114 square kilometers from Boundary Road to the University Endowment Lands. It's not going to get any bigger. And even though we are adding 1% per year, we are adding cost disproportionate rate for those people that live here. And I'm concerned as a homeowner. I'm concerned for my 2 kids who are renters, and I'm concerned for my grandbaby who just turned 1. Because as I look into the future, if we keep up this pace, it's just unfathomable to me. I can't imagine any scenario where we're not going to hit a financial wall. And it's not just the operating budget and this precipitous increase in property taxes. It's the huge amount that we're spending on our capital plan. Housing, $81 million. Childcare, $43 million. Parks and open space, $58 million. Arts, culture, and community facilities, $73 million. Public safety, civic facilities and equipment, $73 million. Transportation, $118 million. Solid waste, $52 million. Renewable energy, $29 million. Technology, $32 million. And overhead, another $8 million. I just find it incredible that we continue to just approve these kinds of expenditures without putting on the brakes. A year ago, we were elected and went through our budget process. I'm down to my last minute.
No, actually, I just want to interrupt you for another reason. I've stopped your timer. We're just at 1 minute to 5, so I do need a motion to extend. Right? All in favor? We're good. Any opposed? Nope, we're extended. Please go ahead. Sorry for that. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. A year ago, we approved a budget that was led by the prior council. And we said at the time that, you know, this was going to be the first budget that was coming from this new council. And I'm pretty sure that when people voted us in last time, they were not expecting a 7% increase in property taxes and a greater long-term burden of debt of $700 million. So obviously, I'm not going to be supporting this budget. I'm appalled. And I strongly suspect that the property taxpayers in this city are going to be appalled. And I hope they remember this in 2022. Further, the people that are renters in this city and the people that do business in this city, they're going to be suffering too. And even though the renters will be limited in an increase of 2.5% on their rent, there's going to be fewer households that are of householders that are renting out that are going to be able to afford to do this. So I know that it's too late to do anything this year. I have begged in every single meeting that I have been in for more detailed information from staff so that I could dig in and try and come up with some sensible approaches to reducing this kind of impact, but to no avail. So I'm incredibly frustrated, and I've just got to state that I am in despair at this point about the state of the city and the future of the city. If we keep up things at this pace, none of us are going to be able to live here. Forget about affordability, generally for people that are being forced out into the streets and into places like Oppenheimer Park. So I hope that this council will get its act together before the end of this term and stop pushing the budget up and pushing up the dependence, not only on the property taxes and user fees, but on borrowing and
Go
on
after.
our dependence on developers
5 minutes.
for our future.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor DeGenova.
I was just going to ask that we sever, and I'll have those ready soon.
We'll sever
Thank you.
those out as we get to the vote. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, this is a very difficult budget, and I think that we did make some amendments to hopefully change the process moving forward. I think it's been difficult to see the cuts that we've had to make. There's a lot of strategies that when you look through didn't make the list, and so when I'm reading the list, it's hard to not realize we're not doing a shelter strategy when that's such an important thing, right? We're cutting back on some of the opioids. We're cutting back some of the employment land stuff. We're cutting back on some of the money laundering. There are things that we're not able to do already, and I think that that's showcased in this, that there's so much that the city is in flux, and we all know that. We all walk around the city. We all see it, and so we do have to do some of the work. This is the biggest capital budget. I think the public is going to see that work needs to be done, and if we can deliver on the capital budget we're doing, if we can deliver on the promises that are in this capital budget and in this operation budget, I think the public will change a bit of their mind, recognizing that this work needs to be done. They need to feel safe. They need to have the security of what's happening. They need to see the parks develop. They need to see the childcare. So for me, I will be supportive. I would love to work on changing the process. I do want to appreciate staff for all the hard work and answering all the questions we're doing. There's going to be a lot more next year because we do need to change the way this moves forward. We need to look at people first in Vancouver. We need to look at affordability, but I will be supportive.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
I'm going to come back on the queue in 1 minute. Thanks.
You don't have a lot of time. Councillor Bly.
Sure, thank you very much. So I have a whole world of notes here from this process, and I think that we've all done our due diligence in getting into the details. So as I zoom back out and look at this overall budget, I have to do a gut check. And my gut says we haven't landed at a budget that we can say will work for at least the majority of residents in the city. We've heard a lot of tension between catch-up and new. Catch-up and new, and this council has inherited what seems to be a lot of catch-up. And timed also with replacing infrastructure. And this is our core service. So we've wrestled with police, we've wrestled with fire, wrestled with library, wrestled with engineering costs to replace infrastructure. And these are our core services, whether we like it or not. And so we have to make that decision between how do we prioritize new with catch-up. So who's to say this couldn't have been the year that we just commit to catching up? And although we won't fully catch up with replacing our infrastructure, we can certainly increase that above 0.5% per year to at least the bare minimum of 1% per year. So I think we also have to recognize that as costs are going up globally, people have less money, at the very least, less money in their pockets. And certainly less money in savings, but really the issue is less money in their pockets. And we've also wrestled over, tax rates and mill rates, and it's the lowest in the country. But the reality is, in 10 years, our property values have increased so much that people are living in homes that sit on very expensive land that they can no longer afford, and they don't know what to do. So the reality is, those people may have to choose to sell their home and leave, and then that's the community that we're building. So this has not been an easy process. We know that, but I have real concerns that we're setting a precedent as a council that we're okay with taking on a lot of these costs that are affecting the bottom line for the residents of our city. I think that we've worked together, but unfortunately, I just don't feel like we've landed in a place where we can defend this budget, actually, as a council, unfortunately. The referral I supported, I would have hoped we would have gotten there, but I think at the end of the day, this is where we're at. And it doesn't, what I'm not willing to do is look and see, well, what's a priority? Housing or climate change, they're all a priority, I get that. But we have to actually look at what we can afford right now, and we're hearing from people that they cannot afford this type of increase, and that's who I'm listening to. So I'll be voting against however we end up severing the budget, I will be voting against the major components that influence the capital and operating.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
I have a point of information, Mr. Mayor, and it's just to follow up on a question that my colleague Kirby Young asked about earlier, was around Vancouver Fire Rescue Services. Unlike VPD, which is a separate letter in that we have to approve, it is embedded within, I think it's in B. And I'm just curious if we got an answer. We were there, I think, and so I'm asking, just Councillor Kirby Young is busy with staff there. So if we've gotten an answer from staff about that being pulled out in some way. So I'm not talking about Councillor Carr's amendments. I'm actually talking about the.
What's your point of information?
I'm wondering if that that the proposed increase for Vancouver Fire Rescue is actually being pulled out to be voted on separately.
Right. So again, Councillor Dominato, I understand that it's letter I that you're looking at. Is that correct? Is Councillor Dominato's the floor? It's not I. Okay.
No, I is subject to approval considerations A to H. No.
You mean section letter BD2? Yes. Is that what you're after?
No, that's not what I'm after, because that was.
Okay. I don't understand what you're after then.
So, recommendation B, which has been amended, includes proposed increases for Vancouver Fire Rescue Services. And unlike VPD, is not sectioned out as a separate letter. And so the question that was raised earlier.
Where do you see that? Could you point to the exact letter?
It's not a letter, so that's the point, is that it's embedded within the, I believe it's $36.8 million right now. And it was raised earlier by my colleague through staff and legal, if that proposed allocation for Vancouver Fire Rescue Services could be a standalone item to be voted on.
It would have to be
similar to
amended.
what we do with VPD.
You'd have to amend this. Because we can only vote on what we've got in front of us in text. So it would have to be an amendment in order to split it out.
Okay, so I will work on an amendment, or one of us will work on an amendment. Thanks.
We're at the kind of end of the queue.
Privilege.
Point of privilege. Councillor Kirby Young.
My point of privilege is that I had sent this request in at lunchtime, well ahead of time, asked for that, and I'd asked for legal for assistance with the language, and I've had follow-up.
Your job to move it on the floor, though.
I've asked for assistance just as other councillors did with their amendments.
Sure. I mean, I'm not aware of any of that, but I'm only aware of things that hit the floor of the council, and that didn't hit the floor. So that's all I can do for you.
Mayor?
Okay.
I mean, I can speak to that. Obviously, it's been a bit of a busy day, and I did see the email come through. We spend weeks pulling out police so that we can ensure that there's a separate vote, because we know that there are issues of conflict. And so it's a pretty timely and thoughtful process that we go through. We didn't have the time to do that just this afternoon after receiving your email to make sure we did it properly.
So a follow-up point of privilege, if I might, is that this is a very simple request relative to the very complex amendment from Councillor Carr that involved a very substantive proposed recess earlier that Council was going to support to make all of those amendments that came in today. So I just would like the same standard applied, or I'd like to ask for a recess so I can submit that amendment if I'm forced to do it myself.
Well,
I have been
it's
trying to
late in the
follow the
day,
procedure.
so I will ask if council is willing to recess while Councillor Kirby-Young puts together an amendment. I'm going to go for the recess first. Does anybody want to move for a recess? So moved. Second, I'm going to go through the recess first, and I'll come to you, Councillor Dejanova. Seconder on the recess. Okay, so all in favor of a recess? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and all against? You don't get it yet, Councillor Swanson? Against? Are those opposed to recess? So we've got a recess. And then we'll come back. No, we don't get it yet. We're in recess. So I'll deal with those 2 points when we come back. So 5 minutes. Okay, Council, we've had our 5-minute recess. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have the floor. Speakers. 70 speakers. Okay, Council, I'm calling us back to order. I'm starting your clock. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have the floor. Council, I just remind us that we have a hard start at 6 o'clock for our public hearing. We have 70 speakers on the list to hear from tonight. So, Councillor Kirby-Yung, your clock's running and you've got the floor.
Sorry, microphone. I'm advised by staff that that would require a further 5 minutes to complete the language sufficiently.
Okay, I'd like to call another vote then. If council wants to extend for another 5 minutes, if somebody puts a motion forward to extend, Councillor Dominato, seconder, Councillor Hardwick. Okay, so we need a vote. All those in favor of extending another 5 minutes? That's passed. Okay, so 25 after. Hey, Council, it's 5:26. Calling us back to order. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have the floor. We're in council.
Okay. I'll let other councillors make their final comments while I wait for the last language from legal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Oh, nope, sorry.
Nope.
I'm just on to, I was going to send in my sever list, but I've had time to type it out. With the recesses. Thanks.
Thanks. So there's no one else on the list. That's over to you, Councillor Kirby. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just provide some comments while I think Councillor Kirby-Yung is submitting an amendment. Just around the, it's obviously been a lengthy day, and I know that a lot of work has gone into the development of the budget, so I don't want that to be lost on. I hope that people recognize that we as council recognize that, and that a lot of time goes into preparation. Previously, when the proposed property tax increase was announced as part of the budget documents, I'd indicated concern about that, particularly in the context of affordability and rising costs. Recognizing governments also face rising costs, not just families and households. And for me, it was really about trying to strike the right balance and appreciate that that there were some proposals put on the floor today to try to bring down the property tax increase, but for me, it's not quite enough. And I also appreciate that, we did put forward a proposal to look at those fixed costs in more detail, to take a deeper dive, to have that come back in January. That wasn't supported, and that there isn't, it's become clear over the last number of days that there wasn't a collective, or certainly wasn't an appetite to go to something lower, like 5 or 5.5%. So from my perspective, I really had hoped that the motion I put forward this morning would have passed. We would have had a little bit more time. We could have looked at, is there an opportunity within those fixed costs to do business a bit differently? Are there opportunities for savings, efficiencies, it's disappointing for me that that wasn't supported here because I actually think there's nothing wrong with taking a second sober look. I think there's nothing wrong with taking a bit more time. It's doing due diligence. That being said, I also appreciate, I think the public also appreciates, we often forget this, is we live in a country where, I think the public understands that our taxes help pay for quality services, and we do deliver quality services in the city of Vancouver. We have great staff, we have great services, and they understand that we are going to levy taxes to provide those services, but I think they also expect us, that it is the public purse, they expect us to take that time and look at ways to find efficiencies. And so I would have liked to have seen more of that. With respect to capital, I spoke earlier to the amendment I put forward around the investment around pedestrian safety. I really think that's critical. And I'd like to see more investment, not less, in that area, especially given how much we encourage people to be walking. And secondly, when it comes to, we've talked about sewer and water and solid waste. Not only is the city of Vancouver facing very old sewer mains, we know that there's work planned, for example, with the Georgia Street, and but other municipalities are facing similar problems, is they have aging infrastructure, and I do support capital investments in that infrastructure, because the last thing we want is to be in a situation where we have serious injuries as a result of not maintaining that infrastructure, and it's more costly down the road to deal with things. We've seen that already. We've had to do sort of Band-Aid repairs. And it's the same thing happening in Metro Vancouver. Huge cost, billions of dollars for infrastructure, but it's necessary. And so in that regard, I will be supporting the capital budget, but I won't be supporting the operating budget, because I do continue to have concerns that we didn't quite strike the right balance and where we needed to be today. So I'll conclude my comments there.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Hi, I have submitted the amendment, which all of council should have. And it in very simple terms, I know it's late, it simply enables fire to be separated out so that it can be severed later on and voted separately. So there's no material change. It's just simply a breakout, so that that allows for future severing.
Right, and just clerks when it says B1 at the bottom, I think it should be G.
Yeah, and there were 2 emails, so maybe refer to one that came after that. I think the references, it should be G.
So just right here. Okay, great. Anything else you'd like to say about the amendment?
No, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, council, I'm going to put us on an amendment queue. If anybody'd like to speak to this amendment, we had a seconder. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Can I just clarify? I just want to make sure we're getting the numbers right. That what was struck in BD2 was reducing funding by 0.6 to 2.9. So, sorry, my math is that was 3.5, and then the new B1 or G is 3.9. Is that maybe? So I'm hoping to just ask through the chair to staff to make sure, to clarify if 3.9 is what was in the original budget pre many amendments. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I see heads nodding, but do we want any other commentary? Go ahead.
Just explain. The operations review is 3.5. There were some other ads as well. So 3.9 is the total ads to fire for 2020.
And does that include the Fire Hall 12 seismic?
No, this is just operating dollars.
Okay.
It's their operating dollars.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Okay. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, mine was on a similar, because in our book it does say 3.5, and so I was going to make an amendment to bring it to the 2.92284, which brings it down at the 10-month funding, which is similar to other departments, because I think we need to be recognized that we're asking everyone to take a bit of a hit, and we're fire, police, ACSS. I really appreciate everyone stepping up and finding a way to make this budget work for Vancouver. So it's been difficult to look at all the cuts in every department, because so many of them you're like, I don't want to see that, I don't want to see that. But every department's done a really good job, and I think that we should have an equal playing field. So I think that fire rescue should be brought to the 2.92208.4.
So, Councillor Weeb, are you bringing forward an amendment, or?
Yeah, so it's just it. So my amendment brings it to the 10-month funding of 2.92208.4.
Thank you. Point of order from Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Well, 2 points of order. I believe that amendments need to be emailed in, but my point of order is whether or not Council has already debated an earlier motion for reduction to the fire services budget, which failed. And I'm wondering if the chair could rule if this is out of order, because we're revisiting all ground that we've already covered.
Okay, I will do that. Councillor Weeb, we didn't get the amendment in writing.
Okay.
So your clock's gonna run here until we get the amendment in writing.
Just changing the one number.
And then while you're, yep, that's fine, but we require them in writing. And perhaps clerks, we can just. Sure.
Thanks. Mr. Mayor, my final document still says that we're going to be recessing for 15 minutes at the end. In S, I'm just wondering if that should be struck. And what I was trying to say to you before the recess was in B right now, it's my understanding that in our final document, it has that there was a portion that was struck. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone's attention is that things had been renumbered, which they weren't, but I was able to get us new copies through the break.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So would S then be struck?
I don't know. I'll check
We're
on
not
that too.
having another 15-minute recess, right?
No, we won't. We won't. Okay, we're just going to, just a ruling on this one, and I realize we're kind of closing in here on the night, is that because we previously voted on this, that this one would be out of order. That's the advice from
It is different because it actually includes the 400 extra that has been brought on.
Still, we had a vote on.
No, we did
had
not.
A vote on a portion of this.
We did not.
That's okay. That's my ruling, and so it's out of order. Anything else, Councillor Weep? It's not a debate. It's your motion is submitted, and I gave you a bit of time on that. So,
against this amendment because it doesn't align with the books and the numbers I have in front of me. And so above it says 2.9, and now we're going to 3.9. So it's actually another increase. And hopefully, if people are bringing increases of $1 million forward, that we see them vote on the entire budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I'm just wanting someone to explain to me in plain language what is happening here.
Point of information, perhaps the city manager could do that.
Paul has wished me luck. It's my understanding, Councillor Swanson, that Councillor Kirby-Yung would like to vote for fire separately in order to be able to support the growth, the recommendations out of the Dark Horse report as a separate part of the overall investment. And so that by breaking that out, councillors are able to vote against other ones, but to still support fire. And that's basically what is being done by including this. The 3.9 is the total investment in order that was recommended in the budget to support fire.
Is that okay? Great. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was hoping that we could sever by letter. And specifically, I was hoping that we would be able to sever out of C, subsection B, subsection...
Yeah, I think you're...
Oh, we're still on the amendment.
We are.
My apologies.
That's okay.
I was hoping...
Anybody else? Anybody else on this one? Great. So I'll call the vote on this amendment. That's what's highlighted. Councillor Hardwick? Okay, so that's passed with Councillor Weeb and Swanson in opposition. Great. Going back to the main list queue now. Councillor Kirby-Yung, anything else?
I'd like to speak to the main motion now, if I could.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. So at the end of the day, after a long day, and I appreciate everybody's patience as we work through this, but it's really important. This is one of the core functions of City Council, is stewardship of the public funds. And I go back to, are we listening to the residents? And my answer with a 7% increase is no. Because when the city did, and I'll repeat some of what I said earlier, and I think it's important, that when the city did its own budget consultation, residents said their tolerance was around at 2%, and there was still a majority that favored 4%. Nobody supported over that. 7% is still really high. The CPI is 2%. Putting in a 7% is over 3.5 times the CPI, 3.45. And that is beyond people's ability to pay. Of the first year of our term, we approved 5%. The second year, it's 7%. I worry where this is going. Is it going to be 9? Is it going to be 10? Is it going to be 11? And it's just beyond people's ability to pay. And I think that we can't make decisions in isolation as a council. We need to look at what are people facing. And I heard this morning, people are expecting their grocery bills to be higher. The utility rates are going to go up overall 9.3%. Condo insurance is expected to go up an average of up to 30%. People's hydro bills, in addition to the other utilities that are passed on along by like water and sewer. And it's just becoming unsustainable. The other thing that really needs to be said is the impact on rental as we're trying to build that in the city. It's going to crush a lot of the expenses onto landlords when we're trying to encourage the retention of older housing stock that needs repair. And they can only raise those rents by the mandated provincial 2%. And then we also, and that worries me greatly, as well as not incentivizing the building of new purpose-built rental, which is our biggest need, especially for workforce housing. And then the other impact is on our businesses, and they bear a larger percentage and a larger ratio of tax. than our residents do. And we already know that they are suffering and they are teetering on the edge. And so you have to imagine if this is really going to impact the bottom line in the pocketbook of an individual or a family or worker in the city, what's it going to do to a business that's already struggling to stay here? And I don't think that we've talked about that enough today. So in that spirit, I can't support a 7%. Essentially, we went down after all of this from 8.2 to 7. And I think that the city of Vancouver residents are expecting more from us on that. And they're looking for council to be responsive and say, we hear you. Not we're going to ask you what you think and ignore it, but we hear you and we're going to respond. And I do think that council has a huge opportunity for leadership here in resetting and looking at what the city does, what our fixed costs are, what priorities we support. And if council really is serious about the other priorities and listening to residents, that means making some changes. And I haven't seen material change happen here.
And we're at the 5 minutes.
For that reason, I will not be supporting a 7%
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
I think that was a holdover.
Okay, great. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. I was just sectioning out. I'd like to vote on each section separately.
Okay.
But specifically on section C, I would like to vote on subsection B, subsection 4, also stated as a Roman numeral, separately. But other than that, I'd like to vote each section separately.
Okay.
I would like to speak to the main motion. I'll try not to belabor it. There's been a lot that has been said, and there are some things in this budget I can support, and there's some things in this budget that I can't support. And it certainly helped me consider with clarity in moving forward in our next year together what types of motions that I'm going to be considering. I'm already trying to cost out my motions, try and make sure that I look at how we're going to be impacting the taxpayer, and with great consideration for the fact that 2.2% is the annual increase allowed in current rents. With a property tax increase of 7%, that's a lot of difference. And I've heard from people that are concerned. They're concerned that they will be evicted. We can say that they won't be until they line up and tell us that they might have been, and that the rent in their apartment on Craigslist has now increased to make sure that the property owner is able to rent that unit out, through a loophole, as it's been called before. That being said, I really do want to highlight and thank our staff. There is a lot in this budget that I can support, and I can support it wholeheartedly, knowing that aside from the budget outlook and the hours that we've spent together, Ms. Impey, I hope you get a really, really great holiday break, and so does your team, as well as across our organization, everyone who sat here with us, and really held our hands to try and understand how we would be making changes and affecting and causing ripple effects throughout the organization. We might not all agree, but the process is more open and more transparent than I seem to remember it being. And I think that it's really important that we do our best to try and work together to make our city affordable. Some of the things that I won't be voting for are about affordability. It's also about compromise. There's certain things in this budget that I don't see touched, whereas other things are. I think that climate change and housing are both important, but I don't see any change to climate change. I do see a lot of change to the housing budget, however, and the ways that will be affected. I wholeheartedly want to really highlight and thank each and every staff member, but also counselor who's over weeks we've had time to talk. I know that, Councillor Fry, you and I as vice chairs have also gotten to spend some extra time with our finance staff, and I really do appreciate that. So in closing, I want to say that for the same reasons that Councillor Hardwick had mentioned before, my votes are based on looking at the city not only just today, but in the future. And I feel that I have a responsibility to maintain services, to do our best to deal with social issues, but I want to be very clear that I'm not going to make promises that I can't keep. I think that we have to take a common sense approach to this. There are places that we do need to invest money. I think some of those places will see savings in the long run. And I urge every single city council member here, when we go to a public hearing process, one of which we'll enter into in just a few moments, think about density in our city. Think about, I'm not talking just about one public hearing process, I'm talking about all of them. Consider the impact that more homes will create on our tax base and our ability to serve people. And I think that that's really important also, because when we're here making these hard decisions, it's all about dollars and cents. So I've felt very strongly in past about certain things that we should and shouldn't do. Instead, I'm trying to keep an open mind to some of those things. That being said, I've supported every councillor around this table. I've supported an amendment, if not more.
Just at 5.
I do think it's important that we all try and come together and work with this budget,
Thank you.
whatever it ends up being.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just wanted to address one point, and that is that this high tax increase is going to bankrupt landlords. So there was a very interesting study by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. I don't have the exact figures in my head, but it said if, say you're a landlord and you have a home and you have a suite that you're renting for $1,800 a month, that you, just a 2.5% increase would get the landlord more than $500, which is way more than the increase for an average home. So let's just get rid of that idea that this tax, and that was with the 8.2% increase, and we're talking about a 7% increase. So I think we just need to put that in perspective.
Great, thank you, Council. So we're going to move to the votes now, starting with A2B, which is severed out. So if, due to conflict. We're going to pull it up on screen for you so you can see. UB2 is the letter. That's right. So, Council, our first vote is on A2B as highlighted on the screen. And that's right. You've got the conflict, so that's fine. Thank you. If you want, we can do. So, is that, Councillor Kirby-Yung, is that okay with you? Or
A1B.
There's actually 3 conflict components. There's
sorry, just on the A. We've got A1B
2B?
and A2B.
A2B.
Just A2B for you. Okay, so we're going to start with A2B, and both you can be excused. Thank you. So A2B. Okay, and that passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Next will be A1B. 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 That's right. That's fine, thank you. All right, so I'm going to call the vote on this one. A1B. We're voting on now. A1B we're voting on now. That's highlighted in yellow. One more time. A1B. Ready? Here we go. Okay. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Yep. A1B is what we're voting on. Great, and that has passed with Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Kirby-Yung in opposition. Now we're going to vote on the rest of A, so which there's no conflict on the rest of A. Rest of A. That is Councillor Kirby-Yung. That has passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Dominato, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. Okay, now we're moving to B. I guess I am. Right, so that's BD1. Is that correct? On which one? B1. Oh, I don't have it on my sheet. Right. Okay. So we're going to have a separate vote on what's highlighted in yellow. Is B1 that council approve investments in VFRS to address the risk and service gaps for a total of 3.9 million. Councillor Swanson and Weep. Councillor Swanson and Weep. Councillor Weep. And that's passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. So now we're doing the remainder of B. The remainder of B. I'm going to call the vote. And that's passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Blythe, Dominato, Hardwick, and Deja Nova in opposition. Now we're moving to C. And we have a severing on B1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is that B4? Okay. So we're going to highlight this. So section C, subsection B, subsection 4, that will be our first vote, which is highlighted in and that has passed with none opposed. So we're going to vote on the remainder of C. Remainder of C. And that is passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Blythe, Dominato, Hardwick, and Deja Nova in opposition. Now we're moving to D. And D we have, sorry, I'm just remembering which ones we're severing out. Sorry? And are you both on both of those? So we're going to vote on D1A and D2A now. The highlighted bits. Councillor Boyle, that's right. Okay. So that's passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Now we're moving to the rest of D. Moving to the rest of D. What would you like to sever, Councillor Swanson? One more time. D, 2, B and C. Okay, so we'll vote for, do you mind if they're together, B and C? Do you want to vote on them separately? Okay, so let's have a vote on D, subsection 2, B, and C. Councillor Boyle? And that has passed with Councillor Boyle, Hardwick, and Swanson in opposition. Now we'll vote on the remainder of D. Councillor Weeb and Councillor Kirby-Yung. Great. Okay, so that is passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Moving to E, the Police Board operating budget. That's passed with Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. Just 1 second, please. Oh, Councillor Kirby-Yung, you didn't vote on that one? Pardon me? Okay, so that's in favor. Okay, thank you. So Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. Okay, we're on to F now, Parks and Recreation budget. And that has passed with no opposition. Letter G, the VPL Board operating budget. That's passed unanimously. H, the Property Endowment Fund. Councillor DeGenova. That's passed with no opposition. I. 1 second. Where is that for them to see? Okay, so on I, there is a paper copy that has been circulated of the budget resolution. Perhaps the clerk can hold that up. Okay, so that's the budget resolution. That's attached to letter I. So we're going to call the vote on this one. Councillor Dominato and Kirby-Yung. Okay, so that is passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Dominato, Hardwick, and DeGenova in opposition. We're moving to letter J. That's passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Moving to letter K. Councillor Fry. That's passed with Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. We're on to L now. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Still waiting. Need a vote assist, or there we go. Okay, so Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Letter M. On to letter M. Capital budget. That has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Letter N. That has passed with none opposed. Letter O. It's about the budget workshops. And that has passed with none in opposition. Letter P. Innovation Fund. Auditor General's Office. And that has passed with myself and Councillor Boyle in opposition. Councillor Swanson.